Can't sway him, his honor's like a rock. Try to outrun, try to outdone. He's solid as a block, with a heart of gold and courage so bold. He's a story to be told, his legacy unfold. Drive through the city with his light shining bright, beacon of hope in the darkest night, with a voice that commands and a gaze that sees through. There's nowhere to hide, he's coming for you. I've got the power, yeah. He's got the power. Hear the criminals cower, yeah. Feeling the roar of a hero in blue, with the mission true. In San Andreas, he's seeing it through. So here's to the man with the plan in this land, taking a stand, the law in his hand. I've got the power, he's the tower. Corner, Eiffel Tower, he's got the power. He's got the power. Yo, listen up, here's the story of a man who's cleaning up the streets in San Andreas land, with a badge on his chest and justice in his hand. He's the force of the law, making criminals disband. I've got the power, yeah. He's got the power. With every hour, yeah. He's bringing the shower of justice and might. Under the spotlight, he's fighting the fight with all of his might. From the streets of Los Santos to the shores of Paleto Bay, he's the nightmare of crooks in every single way. No lie too deep, no scheme too clever. Powers on the scene, breaking chains like never. I've got the power, yeah. He's got the power. No need to cower, yeah. His tower. He's the man of the hour, with justice to devour. Standing tall, he'll never sour. He's got the power. I've got the power, yeah. He's got the power. No need to cower, yeah. In his towering tower. He's the man of the hour, with justice to devour. Standing tall.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to some more Grand Theft Auto 5 roleplay. This is Flashwing, and today we are going to be bringing you something completely different. This is going to be Augustus Montgomery, part of our scumbag lawyer RP. Hope you guys are having a wonderful... What fucking day? What is today, chat? Is today Wednesday? Holy shit, it's hump day. Welcome to Wednesday hump day, chat. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm a little bit early. Not gonna lie, I'm actually doing a stream shakedown, moving back over to the secondary streaming machine after a little bit of an upgrade. So I'm gonna need your guys' help to make sure that everything is good to go in terms of smoothness. Are we smooth, chat? Are we getting any kind of stutters? Are y'all getting any kind of problems? Audio issues, things like that. Welcome to, this is Augustus Montgomery. Augustus is my scumbag defense attorney lawyer character that we rolled earlier this week. Please do not distract yourself with the Chamberlain and Judeman attorney at law sign that is going to be changed. This is actually our office space that we are renting. Let's see here. Want to take a quick look at the stream and see how things are going. Holy shit, that one drunk gifting 1-tier subs across the board. Thank you very much for the 5 1-tier subs gift to the community. Thank you so much. That is a huge help. Thank you. Supposedly I am... See, I'm not hearing the... Okay, so that's good to know, because I was supposed to hear the alerts and I'm not hearing them, chat. So if for some reason I do not hear the alerts, I swear to God, I am not ignoring you. What's up, Kane? Laughing my fucking ass off. Yeah. We are starting a new paradigm, chat. The entire goal and I should not be seeing CAD posts. Might be because I was in CAD earlier. Let me see if I can get rid of that. So we are attempting to participate in some of the ongoing Department of Justice stuff. I rolled this character potentially as a defense attorney option for some of the larger criminal elements, and at first it looked like I was not going to be doing anything that was LSPD related, which is perfectly fine. To be honest, I was going to be keeping everything specifically to deal with county, but the Department of Justice is really working really hard to try and entice criminal role players into utilizing the justice system as a means of making things more difficult for the police. And I am 100% about that fucking life. Not gonna lie, though, I'm getting a lot of stuttering. Okay, that could be something that we need to deal with. Hang on one second. Let me take a quick look at something real fast. If you guys are getting stuttering, this is definitely something I want to know. Hang on. All right. Where are we at here? Oh shit! Chris coming in with the Tangia Pornhub intro. Do. I'm almost sad that am I not gonna be able to hear those, chat? I better fucking be able to hear those alerts. If I'm not, I'm gonna be extraordinarily upset. If we are getting stuttering, that may be because of the encoding side. Didn't even hear it. Yes, that is totally correct, and that could be because Tangia may not be properly set up on my end. Hang on one second. That is good to know. 1 second, chat. Let me take a quick look. So I'm working on my secondary streaming machine, and we're doing a little bit of a shakedown before everything gets kicked off. So just bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to get into Tangia and see if I need to add, which I probably do. I'm going to need to add the Tangia alerts. So let's do that now. So my secondary streaming machine is a little bit out of date. The entire idea is to bring you a lot more smoother, high quality gameplay footage that is offloaded from my gaming machine to the secondary streaming machine. And we're definitely going to do that. Just working through the settings here. Make sure that everything is copacetic. I'm getting emails. Yep. Not online with Tangia. Yes, you are absolutely correct. I'm looking for the. Hang on. Okay, I got the overlay set up. Hang on 1 second, chat. We're gonna get this rolling. I promise. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. You guys are awesome. We are getting it. Where's my Discord? I got it. All right, there we go. And I do that. And then we do it as a browser source. Right? I don't think I spelled Tangia correctly. Oh, I think I saw it hit. Hang on, I think I saw it hit, everybody. It's now listed as Angia in my system. Oh, and now we're doing strange things, chat. We're doing strange things. Okay, let's try that again. All right, we're gonna get that right where it's supposed to be. Nope. Come on, what is? Oh my God, Twitch, what are you doing? Streamlabs, what are you doing? What is happening here? This is why I say, chat, we are the most professional, unprofessional stream on Twitch. You guys are all... Every time I grab that. All right, so we're going to do... Those... All right, there we go. Out of date. What about a bit like Bauer? Yeah, Bauer's definitely out of date. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. All right, let's see. All right, so let's check this chat. All right, in true Bauer fashion, I'm like
Two tacos for
I am like a bottle of wine deep. So, you know, you guys just bottle of wine deep. Yeah, see, I'm like, you guys can do with that what you want. The entire goal was to sober up by the time I hit the trial so that, you know, I'm good to go. I have got some shit for you tonight, chat. If you are not aware of what is happening, welcome to the shit. We have Luca Changretta on trial tonight for 4 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of felony vandalism, 1 count of reckless operation of a firearm. We have some shit going on tonight. I swear to God, really? Really? Really, guys? God damn it, McGee. God damn it. Damn it. Why can I not? Oh, because I got to turn. Okay, I got to turn the volume down. Hang on a second. All right. We're going to play the Bauer short. Here we go. Here we go. Send interaction. Here we go. Send interaction. Here we go. Send interaction. Oh, it's like a loop. Here we go. Send interaction. Oh no, we got it looped. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, hashtag McGee's fault. Let me see if I can. Okay, so if I do the interaction for the stream overlay. So what I'm doing is you guys can obviously see and hear the alerts on your end, and you can see the Tangent and stuff, hopefully, on your end as well. Because I'm on a separate machine, I'm trying to set up where I can also hear it, but hopefully not in an echo-like fashion. We'll see how that works. The goal is so that I can at least hear it so I can participate with you guys. I cannot send bits to myself. Well, that much is obvious. All right, so let's try and redeem some stuff here. Okay. All right. So tell me if you guys saw that at the very least, and if you heard it. If you did, then we're in the neighborhood of something workable here. Okay, so I'm getting a thumbs up from Elks. Seen, not heard. Okay. All right, let's take a look at what we got for... Okay, so let's see. Seen, not heard. Perfect. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to work on that because there definitely is... I'm not seeing audio from the browser source. Hang on. Fresh browser. Overlays. It's super sad because I could definitely... Okay. All right, working on it here. So we're going to do next, we're going to try a browser source here on... We're going to try a browser source on my end and see if that... Oh, wait, nobody wants to actually... I mean, I guess I could do that, right? I mean, I guess I could do the alerts on my end, right? Who wants to see the sign-in for that? That's kind of gross. No? All right, so maybe we end up doing all of the alert broadcasting on our end, and we just sort of not do it on the opposite end where you guys are at. Okay, so we're gonna trash that. Changretta going away for a while, homie. I got some bad news. I got some bad news. If anybody's anti-Changretta, I think we can beat this. I think we can beat this, guys. I've got a case. I've got a case. I'm telling you. I have been thoroughly enjoying working this shit from both ends. As Bauer, I've been waiting to work Changretta because he seems like he keeps continuously getting breaks all the time. This time, though, I think he's gonna walk. I think he's gonna walk. I'm waiting for Judith, who's playing her. She's gonna be prosecutor. I'm gonna be waiting for Judith to pull a rabbit out of the hat. I may actually walk through some of the case if I have time here with some of you guys, because I know I don't have to worry about anybody metagaming, because everybody who's involved is an awesome player, so I don't have to worry about like anybody being a piece of shit. Okay, let's try this again. Oh God, here we go. Where's my chat points? All right, let's see what this does. All right, please tell me you heard that, chat. Let's fucking go. Discord notification. Try that one. That one works. Now we got noise. All right, we're cooking with Crisco now, chat. I just got to do some of the alerts through. I don't know. I think Garrett's gonna get ocean dumped. Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go. All right, hang on, chat. Where are all my favorites? This is the wrong. You picked the wrong house. Which one is that one? I don't even remember.
You picked the wrong house, fool.
Oh, got him on GTA shit. I got one. Let's see. Yeah, here we go again. Here we go again. Where's all the Bauer stuff? Here we go. Bauer voicemail. All right, here we go, chat. Let's check the ultimate test. The Bauer voicemail for 6,000 chat points. I'm going to hunt you down to the corners of the earth, sir, and I am going to skull fuck your face until you find yourself in a cell. Yeah, that looks like that's working now. All right, hang on. You find yourself in a cell. And that's my husband. Charlie Bauer, y'all. Charlie Bauer. Here we go. Let's see. Make it
I've got the power, yeah. He's got the power in every hour, yeah.
Be sure to save your chat points, everybody, because there's going to be somebody who's going to have a perfectly timed "you're federally fucked." Perfectly timed 3,000 chat points. You are federally fucked, sir. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Say it. Fucking fantastic. Okay. I think that we are in the neighborhood here. The only last thing that I want to do is I want to do the what? I want to do the alerts overlay, and I just want to make sure that's good, because I just want to be able to. That was always the big difficulty with all this stuff was, I've got a really, really cool setup, which, by the way, I'm not like gatekeeping anything. In fact, if you happen to be a streamer for SAVRP and you are interested in trying to stream through a second machine, I can absolutely provide you a budget build.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Oh shit, here we go again. Dude, that's like my personal fucking favorite. My buddy Chris, every time it seemed like we were getting ready to restart doing FiveM shit after we would like have a hiatus. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna restart the server. I'm gonna go back to patrol. He's like, oh shit, here we go again. So I got like a personal connection to that. Sure. All right. So, okay, we're gonna do the alert box also in my side, and we hope to God, chat, that not managed to fuck this up. All right, we're gonna try and do the alert box. We're doing it live. We're doing it live, everybody. Let's see. I mean, Garrett Kane is back from vacation as of last night. Oh shit. Yeah, everybody's been the PD numbers have been kind of lackluster, and I think everybody was like, there's this weird sort of attitude of like people getting really worried, like, oh no, has the bubble burst? Have has everybody like got pissed off or something? And it's like, dude, it's summer. Doing their thing right now. Just relax. Okay, chat. I'm getting you set up next to me, so we're nice and close. Captain Elks, if you're in the know, I'll need to ping you sometimes for specs for a machine good enough to handle both. Want to start creating a Grey's Anatomy style stream? Ooh, I like it. Michaels has been on the night shift. I keep seeing him, and I'm just like, oh, Michaels is on? Yeah. Let me tell you about the time that I signed on with my crim, and then I signed the fuck off because Michaels was on, and I didn't want to get shot. Yeah, no joke. And in fact, I've been doing some experimentation because I actually think I'm going to use a combination of my build for Lyrical's machine, which I have started ordering parts, by the way, chat. I know that's been a little bit of the that's been a little bit on the DL, and thank you very much for everybody who has contributed to that. I absolutely 100% plan on showcasing that build. It occurred to me actually that the streaming machine build that I have currently would probably work really good for Lyrical, because sometimes, as much as I wanted, I was looking at building like a mid-tower setup, but in some cases, because space might be a premium, having something that's a little bit more man-portable might actually work out pretty well. And once we made the decision to go with an AMD processor, that kind of everything else is kind of unfolding. I would have probably had something a little bit more put together right now, except I decided that I was going to be a fucking amateur and I was going to start bending pins on the processor. See, Intel makes processors for dummies like me because the pins are built onto the board and they're actually kind of shielded by the actual socket itself. So idiots like me just basically drop the proc in place, and then when you actually move the handle to lock it, the pins actually rise up to meet the processor, right? Okay. Believe it or not, I actually used to do this professionally, and I've probably built close to 1,000 machines in my lifetime. But because I'm a big dumb idiot sometimes with like giant thumbs, I pulled the Ryzen processor out of my machine to do an upgrade, and somehow, because I had thermal paste like slathered all over the damn thing, I'm trying to clean it off with a microfiber, which do not fucking do, by the way, because everything sticks to the microfiber, including all of those teeny tiny fucking pins on a processor. So I bent a couple pins that are not recoverable. And so, Lyrical, sorry, bro, if you're watching, I was going to straight up donate my processor to you, but instead I had to actually find one off of eBay. Same exact thing. I'm eating the cost, so please don't worry about that. It's not like $1 million or anything. The Ryzen processors are actually extraordinarily affordable. Oddly enough, I also had this weird problem. I got an 850 watt Corsair power supply that does not work, which was shocking. Like, Corsair stuff has actually come a really long way over the past few years, and it just doesn't fire up. I put everything together, got it all put together, hit the power button, nothing. And I'm over here on Saturday. My office, every time I build a machine, chat, like, my office looks like a bomb went off inside my office. And I'm just like sitting there. I was so tired, and I did have a little bit too much to drink the other night, and I'm pretty sure I was still fucking hungover from that. And I'm sitting there with like a partially busted computer system. And I'm just like, this is so fucking terrible. So it turns out that like there's like without getting too far into the weeds, the AM4 socket still has a lot of life on it. AMD doesn't do the kind of stuff with Intel, where basically like every 2 years Intel comes out with a completely new generation of processor and you have to buy a new board and everything like that. So for Lyrical's machine, I was really trying to keep it primarily in using DDR4 memory, because if you got to go DDR5, it's really expensive, and you got to like build everything all over again. So going with like a 3rd generation Ryzen or 2nd generation Ryzen is definitely the way to go. I think we got it narrowed down. I'm gonna be out of town next week, but I'm looking forward to getting everything kind of cobbled together. And I think I'm really going to end up building a duplicate of my streaming machine, either with a 1070 Ti or maybe even a 3060 NVIDIA. I think you guys will like the build. And believe it or not, this thermal take case that I use for my streaming machine, it's a little bit of like a block kind of size. It uses a mini ATX board. It's actually a really, really good case because all 4 sides of it come off. And I mean, you could get at every single angle. It's actually it's a rather inexpensive case, but to be perfectly honest, it's actually really, really easy to work with. Some of these other cases, the bottom section you can't get at. It's really problematic. So I spent a lot of time actually working with the case. And after I was done basically unfucking everything that I broke, I just kind of sat back and I was like, dude, I should just build another one of these and just call it good. And so I think that's actually what I'm going to do. Let's catch up on chat. Who was that idiot that tried to run from the police in a Crown Vic? I don't know. That's a really great question. I did hear he went to jail, though. Let's say Kane, I did run for PD in a dump truck. See, at least you get style points for running from PD in a dump truck, at least, because if you get away, no one's ever going to tell that story because they don't want to be completely humiliated by the experience. AM5 is pretty sweet. Waiting to upgrade my system to that. I've not messed with any of the AM5 stuff. I really am kind of an Intel fanboy, but like the AM4 Ryzen stuff, like you're able to extraordinarily extend the life of your AM4 system by probably 3 to 5 years. So what I ended up doing was I actually bought a 5900X, and we may end up before the stream, just so you guys know, if you guys are getting stuttering, which we're gonna do a little bit of testing. If you guys are getting stuttering, please let me know, because the encoding settings might be a little too advanced, even though I can tell you right now I'm sitting at 60 FPS. The CPU is cruising at like 21%, at 58 to 61 kilobits. So maybe the stream data amount needs to come down. But it's still telling me it's excellent. So if you guys are getting stuttering, please let me know. But everything from my end is telling me that this thing is cool as a cucumber right now. Zeus 8, I'm not a big fan of Intel CPUs. My fiance's machine is an i5 11400F. It's garbage. Radeon graphics cards are solid other than ray tracing, but they're getting better. I'm getting some audio stutter, but it could be my end. Not entirely. Some of that could be, hang on. Some of that could be a noise gate issue. Let me check my properties. Audio seems good to Zeus. I do have a noise gate on my microphone because I have a tendency to yell. I don't know if you guys knew that about me or not. Let's see. So closing, opening. We'll kind of lower the opening threshold to a 25 dB. See if that helps a little bit. Tight. Probably because I'm on mobile. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna tell you, Kane. It probably is mobile, and because I run a bit rate right about at the edge of what Twitch offers, and on mobile that can sometimes be problematic because you're kind of hitting that edge of data transmission. I mean, I remember the first time you arrested me. You shot me in the face. I thought you only yell when cadets press their panic button. No, that when I get dragged completely across the state because a cadet hit his panic button because he fell off a bicycle. Yeah, you're gonna get yelled at. You're totally gonna get yelled at. a waste of police resources. I did shoot you. I took another deputy too before Garrett dropped me. Yeah, like that was like, if I'm not mistaken, you shot me, and then I think that you, if I remember correctly, you did not see the roadblock at the end of the Rockwood County Bridge, rammed the roadblock, exited the vehicle, dropped another officer, and then got dropped by Garrett. Which, I mean, is impressive. I think that, so either you ran the roadblock purposefully, which I think we did charge you for that, but I actually suspected that you just didn't see it. I saw it and decided full sense. And good for you. Good for you. That's the way it ought to be. You're like, you know what? Fuck it. Oh, shit. I don't know. Can I do this? That right there is emotional damage.
That right there is emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Oh, fuck. Let's see. Mission pass. We got that. We got that going. Y'all better hold this in reserve for when we get that not guilty plea for tonight's case. So, yeah, hey, I don't know if you guys, so this is Augustus Montgomery. He is my defense attorney, scumbag lawyer. So I'm playing this like, think of Bauer. Okay, so imagine in your mind, imagine Scott Bauer and his pursuit of justice and his quest for truth, and now flip that on its head and you got Augustus Montgomery. Like, chat, can we have a conversation about the criminality in this city? How this city deserves better criminals? I can't even get. I'm willing to pay you $15,000 to testify that this vehicle has less than $400 worth of damage, and they're like, well, looking at this, I'd say it's about $910. And it's like, oh, you need it to be less. And I was like, yes, I believe there's less than $400 of the damage. I need someone with as an expert to testify the vehicle could be repaired for less than that amount. Yeah, I'm going to have to pass, right? Oh, my gosh. And then you have Mr. Fox, who we all know is not an upstanding member of society. And I'm like, bro, I just would have a couple of questions. And he's like, I see about $2,500 of damage here. I can't even pay someone $15,000 to get up on the stand and just be like, yep, less than $400 of the damage on that car. This city deserves better fucking criminals. Some of you out there should be ashamed of yourselves, not willing to earn $15,000 to get up on a witness stand and just be like, yeah, I could probably do it for less than $400. Seriously. I just like don't even know what to say. City deserves better criminals. All right. I have no shade. Send me up there. Exactly right. Yeah, see? I mean, but the problem is there's like certain people, you put them on the stand. Like, I mean, technically Changretta owns a mechanic shop. And I could probably put some of Changretta's boys up there, but everyone's going to be like, you know the defendant. So, of course, you're going to say that, you could, so it's just, it's a little too easy. So it needed to be somebody who didn't have a direct connection to Changretta. Sure, I'll take the man. All right. Turn myself up here. Unfortunately, I don't, most of the time hearing myself through the monitor kind of weirds me out, hearing my own voice, but it does to be perfectly honest, chat, probably part of the reason why I yell so much is because I can't actually hear myself through the microphone. I'd actually have to loop through the mic itself, and it's just not a feasible setup. because I do enjoy my wireless headphone. All right. Charlie Bauer, I get to hear you multiple times. Yes. Once, you know, from outside the office, and the other through the internet. Yes, totally agreed. Let's see. We probably should. What do I have? Okay, so I've got 3, 4. Thankfully, food is going a long way these days, which I'm perfectly fine with. Oven 716598. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to SAVRP. We're gonna be with tonight is trial night with Luca Changretta. Changretta getting his shit rocked by ESH for the past week, and got charged with multiple counts of attempted murder, and we're playing our scumbag attorney. I got a message from the Chief Justice, I think on what is today? Today's Wednesday. Would have been like Sunday night, and she's like, hey, if I lifted the restriction on, because basically the way it worked was I couldn't take any LSPD cases, which I'm totally fine with, because I totally understand the logic behind that. And the emphasis is really on trying to convince players to start pleading not guilty to stuff more. And so a lot of the defense attorneys right now are on the LSPD side. And so she's like, if I gave you the ability to take cases that Bauer wasn't involved in, would you do it? And I was like, what kind of cases? She's like, well, Changretta's on trial. I was like, I'm in. I'm in.
Your car!
I love Luca's character. It's so funny. And Luca is also a current region rat, which I'm former region rat status. If you don't know what that is, it's okay. You're not part of the club. It's perfectly fine, chat. If you know, you know. Carlo Moretti, I think, is also a region rat. Technically speaking, so is Freddy. Freddy is also technically a region rat as well. So. Again, chat, we're doing a little bit of shakedown ahead of time. Please let me know if you have any quality problems with the stream, if the visual quality sucks, if the audio sucks, if you get me stuttering, except for Kane Sakura, who is apparently too poor on that Walmart internet. I love you, buddy. I guess I can't say that because Kane just gifted 5 subs to me, so I can't be like, he's on that Walmart internet. He's on Walmart internet because he's too busy gifting subs to me, which, again, thank you very much for doing that. Claim your sub, chat, if you have not already. Do not avoid being greedy. I'm on city internet at work. Fuck yeah, dude. Wow. That cop is gonna need a lawyer, chat. He just went through there without code. We're gonna drive by and give him the stink eye. The drive by. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? Nobody. I don't know. Better not be pulling me over, chat. Not guilty, Gus Montgomery. I'm eventually waiting for someone just to be like on the side of the road, be like, just so you know, like, I have Gus Montgomery on retainer, so I'm gonna fight this ticket. They'll be like, fuck, just go. Oh, look at this. Look at this shit show, chat. Oh my god, look at that. That's terrible. Dude, the courthouse always has like an onslaught of local cars that are just all fucked up. So we're gonna park up for a minute. We're gonna be almost in the red zone, but not quite. Here we go. Grab our briefcase, Chet. So we got a little bit of time. The trial technically starts at 7 o'clock, which, by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, as soon as I have an opportunity, I'm going to post it in the chat. So Page Me Boomer is actually going to be running an out of character, look at me, out of character, commentary, I guess. I think they're looking, if you're familiar with like Rekia Law or some of the other YouTube law channels, they have a tendency for big trials to kind of pull in sort of a panel of individuals, and they do a lot of commentary on ongoing trials. So I think Page Me Boomer is actually going to be doing that tonight. So if you guys, want to hop over to that so you can hear all the out of character commentary, or even potentially participate in the Discord, you're not going to offend me whatsoever. I'm streaming the whole shit out of this thing, and I actually really look forward to watching that VOD after it's all said and done. I've got a I do have a strategy. Just so you guys know, I'm not totally crazy here. I gotta pull up my note. Minimize that. Nope. That's it. Right. My Notion up here so that I can actually take a look at this. So there's gonna be some there's gonna be a little bit of not fussing. That's kind of a terrible word. What is cool about this case, and ultimately what I think is going to make the situation interesting and ultimately unpredictable. So I need to emphasize the fact that I don't think that a not guilty plea is in the bag for Luca Changretta, but there was definitely enough of an opening in the police investigation and the individuals that were involved that I think we can introduce enough reasonable doubt to get a not guilty plea. The physical evidence that is being offered is witness testimony, not physical evidence, but the evidence in general. Witness testimony, physical evidence from the scene in terms of casings, DNA evidence, and I've been primarily operating off of photographs because the way the justice system in SAVRP operates is if you take a photograph of something, whether it be weapons casings or DNA or things like that, it's essentially as good as collecting the real thing. So we're able to operate within that realm. And then finally, we have, so in addition to casings and DNA evidence, we have CCTV footage as well. So the interesting thing is that the CCTV footage is rather sparse. It does show some aspects of Luca Changretta. In fact, now that I think about it, chat, hang on one second. I am going to do something a little bit wild. I'm going to do a screen share of Discord, and I'm going to do this because I need to hang on. Thinking here. Capture. Set this up ahead of time. Brave, Spotify, Slack, Signal. Okay. You may need to see Discord through the trial, and I'm going to make sure that you can do that because there's some stuff that there's some evidence. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to put us in a specific courtroom area so that we can stream or not, because you're going to need to see the CCTV footage because there's going to be key elements of that footage that are going to be part of our case. From the prosecution side, they're going to the footage, like there's 3 videos. The first video shows Luca on top of a roof just shooting his rifle. And you're going to look at that and go, "Oh, that's really bad." And it is kind of bad, not gonna lie. So we're not interested in voice mod. We're not interested in Zoom. Nobody gives a shit about Zoom. Oh. Trying to find. I can pull up Spotify or the snipping tool, but I can't get Discord. That's kind of fucked up, actually. All right. So I'm gonna do a separate window for Discord. Baby Bower's going to bed. Okay, so if I was to bring up a browser window with Discord, let's see what that does. See what that capture a specific window. Brave Discord. Chromium can capture. Windows capture. How it is. How it is OBS. Window capture. Oh, there we go, chat. Here's going to be Discord. Okay, we're going to do that. All right, it's gonna be a little ugly, chat. You're just bear with me. Okay, please don't look at any of my private messages. Gosh, you guys are a bunch of freaking voyeurs, man. Terrible. Okay. Mr. Fredo Diaz's oh, that ain't right. Trial announcement: San Andreas versus Changretta. Criminal. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. So we have. I asked for a whole bunch of discovery. You guys are going to see a little bit of how the sausage is made, but this is kind of good because I want to be able to showcase some of this for you guys. I was brought in really early, or really late, rather. Let's see what happens when I do these metal clips. Yeah, okay. You guys don't get to see metal. Oh, I gotta do updates. Okay. When it comes time to show evidence, we'll be in the courtroom in general. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So I will endeavor to be there. So we'll be showing evidence, I guess, through this area here, chat. We'll see. I want to be able to showcase this for everybody involved, so we'll try and do that. Okay, so let's take a look at metal. And let's just see if metal just completely bones or not. Welcome to the chat, Callie. I think this is going to be an awesome case, and I feel like no matter how terrible the prosecution does, I don't think my case is going to get dismissed because, you know, it won't be quite as entertaining. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to download metal. I just want to open it. I would like to open metal. Let's continue the browser, I guess. Let's take a look. Ooh, that's ugly, chat. Sorry, chat. We're still working this out here. Because that's freaking ugly, right? Charlie Bauer wanting to know if it's too early to go to the courthouse. Like, of course not. Can I pop this out? A bitch, chat. Oh, this is extraordinarily depressing. Okay. All right. So let me work this out so that y'all can see this. Okay. You guys can kind of get it. Because reason. Okay. All right. We're gonna work this out, chat. Here we go. Right. This is why we do this now. Okay. So you guys are gonna get a little bit of a preview because there's a possibility you guys might not be able to see this. So this is camera 1. You're gonna see in the upper part here, because I think you can see my cursor. You're gonna see a black figure up here. Allegedly, that's my client. And then you're gonna see him fire 1, 2, and then you saw him fire at least a couple times, and then he bails out, runs. Runs on the corner. Now notice the timestamp is going to be at 22 seconds. This is over by the area in Grove Street near the clothing store and the Lucky Plucker. That's basically where it's going to be at. So we got that. That's number 1. You're going to have CCTV footage number 2. So when I go full screen, it actually looks okay. Now notice the timestamp, 3:17, almost 3 minutes to the mark afterwards, what you just saw. So you're gonna have an orange figure in a hoodie, black figure here. Now they're gonna, Sparks is gonna back up the footage here. You're gonna see that Luca appears, and this at least allegedly is Luca. His booking photos match, so we'll just call it what it is. You're gonna see a rifle in hand. But you're also going to see a rifle in hand here. So now they confront each other. Boom. You guys see that? Tell me you saw that. Bam. See that? It's a classic case of who shot first. Bang, bang, bang. Right? Runs off. Number 3... I think the third clip is just. I think the third clip is just like that figure running away. He just runs there. So that's the CCTV footage. So we'll, if I have to show that, I will. I actually believe I have handled what I initially reached out for. But I'd love to meet and establish with you for future instances. So I just wanted to show that to you guys now, in the event that you guys, for some reason, you can't see it. That way, there might be some vague reference of how things are going to be. And I'm just going to warn you ahead of time. I'm still working on the voice work for this particular character. You may end up hearing some variations of what sounds like Bauer. I'm not 100% sure where I'm going with this character yet, because I really didn't plan on doing this. And the only thing that I want to make sure of tonight is that I'm articulate and people understand me. And there's not a lot of like, what did he say? What did he do? So if you hear some elements of Bauer, cut me some slack. Straight up scumbag lawyer, though. Like, through and through. apparently, apparently Beanie Moore wants to discuss legal services, which is hilarious. For some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Changretta is at home and firing up his PC. He's like coming straight from work. We're gonna go ahead. We've already talked to him, chat, and so we have an idea of we've provided some coaching. I'm going to assume the left side of the room or the right side of the room. Typically, I think the way that it works is you're supposed to technically be the furthest from the jury, but the witness stand is going to be on the left-hand side. And there's Charlie Bauer, y'all. Last time we had a criminal trial.
Good. How are you?
Good.
Last time we had a criminal trial, the prosecution was on the
early to make sure I could get seats.
was on the left-hand side, so we'll see how that goes. Defendant sit on the left. Okay, all right, fair enough. We're gonna go. I'm just gonna go over here then. I'm just gonna go sit over here. No problem. I actually looked that up, believe it or not, and it seemed like it was a kind of a state-by-state thing. The only thing I could find specifically was that typically the defendant sits the farthest from the jury.
Is this like a wedding where we're supposed to sit on certain sides?
Okay, let me make sure that I've got. I'll make sure I got my notes. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how. Oh, there we go. We can show the courtroom chat, which apparently has something from Echo from back in February. That's kind of interesting. All right. Let me, before I forget, I am going to take a look at whatever Boomer has got going on. So Boomer has a courthouse, 10 minutes for trial, no weapons. Oh, at least we get a somewhat of a green zone for that. So if you guys are interested in listening to commentary, there is apparently going to be a voice chat open for Page Me Boomer. Let me grab his stream real quick. Yeah, and Judith is also doing her own SAVRP night court, which I think is super funny. And she's actually probably going to have, like, you know, something rather entertaining. I'm going to put the link in the description. I'm going to put the link right in the chat for you guys. If you want to participate in that. I'm going to do my best not to forget anything with my case.
She said she had to go back up to the office to handle something.
All right, I got my trusty notebook. I'm a little.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, counselor. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
I like the red suit. That's very bold.
Thank you, thank you. Let me see if I can find something here.
I have to kind of adjust into the Augustus Montgomery voice. Hopefully, I have enough tacos and energy drinks to sustain me for this case. Otherwise, I might fall asleep.
How's it going,
I get
everybody?
you. I get you to stand up here, sir.
Oh yes, of course. Oh,
Good luck out there.
thank you very much,
I didn't
counselor.
mean-
I appreciate that.
Such a casual hand. I didn't realize it was going to be such a casual handshake. I was hoping it'd be a more professional one, but just wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. You too. And it's always, no matter what, justice will be served.
Exactly. That's all that's important at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I'm absolutely gonna be waiting for Judith to pull a rabbit out of her hat and BB over here going, BB going like, oh fuck, like I'm not afraid to admit when I get beat by a superior argument, or if there's something about the case that I missed. I'm totally willing to do that, chat.
I got a fishing pole. Is that okay?
You
got a fishing pole?
I got a fishing pole.
Charlie's got a fishing pole.
Well, you know those hooks can be dangerous.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I need to turn that over to you, sir?
No, just don't hook anybody.
I'll try my hardest.
Boss man.
Oh, dude, Charlie Bauer, y'all, just like, I don't have a weapon, but I do have a fishing pole, and is that okay? McGee over there going like, I don't know what to do in this. Just don't hook anybody, ma'am. Okay. Oh, damn! All this making me want to get Kane on trial just from courtroom RP. That's like
I mean, my nice dress.
the goal is to showcase
Well, that just sounds
what is possible with a not guilty plea.
Yeah. Gotta get my boss over
Zhang,
here. Give me
Zhang gonna sit. Are all the cops gonna sit on Changretta's side? Dude, this is gonna be fucking hilarious. Look, look at him not know where to go. McGee, where do I sit? He's going up. He's Yang straight up gonna go ask McGee where he's supposed to sit. Watch. He's gonna straight up ask where he's gonna sit. Because last time we had a trial in here, Dakota was on the left side, but I think that was because LSPD was technically the defendant. Freddie Martinez.
How you doing? Not too bad. Can I sneak past you?
I'm straight up like we're gonna straight up be doing some like Better Call Saul shit. It's gonna be I'm gonna do my best to be dramatic and to be like the like, oh my god, dude, are you really doing that?
Very well.
LSPD was defending as it was
I'm
originally
standing
a
up
civil
to
trial.
check real
Right,
quick.
exactly. Yeah, so that was the only reason I got turned around was like, am I supposed to be on the left side or?
Not for me.
Dude, I really hope that this trial gets a lot of attention. Like Changretta's a fairly well-known guy, and yeah, there's some good elements to it, and like I said, there's enough holes in the trial that it's really anybody's game. It's really anybody's game. I don't want to bore with everybody with some of the
How's it
details
going?
just yet.
Sorry, I was on Whisper.
I hope to God that I remember everything because I've actually been like going through this quite a lot
So,
over the
this-
past couple of days.
this
I'm
whole
taking this
case
really
is about-
seriously
It's
because I
Changretta
feel like
versus,
this could be a
Andreas.
tremendous springboard
So what happened?
for DOJ cases. There's Pedro.
stuff happened. We'll obviously find out in the next couple of minutes.
Everyone is on the wrong side of the aisle. Don't tell everybody. Wait until Changretta comes in and sits down. All the cops are gonna be like, "Oh shit, dude,
You have,
we're on the
like,
wrong
some
fucking
red
side."
stuff on your,
We're on the wrong
on your
side.
left eye.
Your name's Steve.
Who, me?
Like,
Even me,
yeah,
I've been in the
looks
city
like
for a
got
month and I
fresh
know
in your face,
spaghetti
or
legs, and he's
whatever, that's like-
a loyalty card with
like your
EMS.
natural
Right?
skin,
Exactly. Exactly.
Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Can I get an interview?
I'll be happy to talk to you after the trial, sir.
Okay, after the trial. Okay, bet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is getting exciting.
Right now, we have no comment other than not guilty.
And you do have a comment, but just not right now.
Not right. Yeah, not right now.
But if you were to give a comment, you're saying not guilty.
Not guilty. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, but that's the only comment.
sir. That's the only comment right now. Give us not guilty.
Okay, that makes sense.
He's got no camera though.
Ma'am, are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
Yeah, are you a lawyer? Fucking Pedro chat.
Hello, prosecutor.
I'm so glad to see Page Me Boomer back. He was out for a little while, and super glad to see him back. Super glad to see him back.
Yeah, we might have someone interviewing here.
Yeah, dude, I like dealing with Luca is always so funny, and like I said,
those aren't Timberlands, but yeah.
those are Timberlands.
Let's see. You don't have glasses on. You might want to get glasses.
Give me a second. Let me zoom in.
Will I get yelled at walking in if the trial has started? Probably not if you come in the back.
Timberlands, my bad. Sir, can I
There you go.
any statement you want
Which, if you can kind of get a sense from the side here, so like the Department of Justice main entry is over here. If you come in from the back, you're probably
just saying
fine.
no.
I just wouldn't walk right there because then you might get yelled at. You might get yelled at. Captain Hawk, looking sharp, man.
Okay.
Hawk in his like robbery homicide outfit, clearly.
Should probably get this guy with the full mask on to take it off.
Who's that?
Yeah,
I think that might be Moretti. And then you got wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that Changretta?
Hey, deputy.
Is Changretta straight up sitting behind me?
Jump outside and start checking these guys. Anyone outside?
I got it.
What up, baby? How you doing? I didn't even know this was you. How you doing? What's up, fucker?
Is that am I imagining things? No, that's got to be somebody else. That's got to see somebody else chat. Where the fuck is he? Dude, he sent me a fucking picture 2 minutes ago of him loading updates on Windows. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. I believe that's Carlo. They're damn near twin. Okay, that is Carlo. Yeah, I was like,
If you two attorneys want to follow me.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor.
Am I still following you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judy, I think Bobby needs you.
Is this we're gonna do a plea
So
bargain?
here's the witness you guys subpoenaed. I didn't know if you guys had a chance to depose her or anything, but
No, I've not had yet a chance to speak yet.
okay, we got a couple minutes if you guys would like to have a chance to speak with them.
That would be the defense would be they're the ones that subpoenaed her, so they would be disposing of it. Or to-
Yes, that's great. You're Miss Beanie Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Changretta is having some...
Okay, Miss Moore. My name is Augustus Montgomery. I'm going to be part of the defense team. I'm actually defending Mr. Luca Changretta. You
Okay,
were
that's
named
perfect
as a
today.
potential witness in the
Defense
altercation
needs
that Mr. Changretta is on trial for today. So just be aware that we may call you as a witness. You can feel free to have a seat inside of the gallery. And if we do call you
sorry,
during
what
our
was that, Judge?
testimony, we will do so at that time.
Your officer sitting behind the defense.
Do you have any questions for me at all?
Yeah, I see that. I'll go
Okay, all right.
correct
Thank you
that,
very
Judge.
much for coming. I know that you might have
All right.
had other things going on, but
All right.
really appreciate
Well,
you being here today.
we'll
Yeah,
leave
I
you guys
did,
to
but
this.
the threat of going to jail definitely.
Do you want them to do it in here? or
Yes,
do you want
I
me
totally
to
understand
escort
that
them up to
the
office?
whole threat of like the shackles and the cuffs and stuff like that is kind of a thing. So, but I just want to let you know that I do appreciate
And
it.
then being threatened prison, it's kind of scary.
Would you
but-
guys like the private office, or you guys get to do your?
No, sir.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
we're ready to go.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
no problem.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's kind of comical actually because
Excuse me, officer. Officer.
Yes, sir.
My friend's like 2 minutes
Yes, sir.
promise, sir.
We're waiting on the defendant. So.
Oh God. People getting carried in. Well, we got actually got a halfway decent amount of people here.
Officer, come here.
So it is kind of fascinating that we have. Well, so we are calling Beanie Moore potentially as a defense witness because her witness testimony is listed inside the police report. So I don't actually know why she wasn't called as part of the
here. Just make sure everyone's good.
as part of the prosecution.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna need to double check and make sure you ain't got nothing on you shouldn't have. All right.
I can't see a microphone, but I think I can hear you, Lily.
Yeah. Gotta be safe, guys.
Nope, 100%.
So when you enter,
Alrighty.
make it right, and then like.
There's actually like a fair amount of people here, Chad. I'm actually super excited. Oh man, Luca's gonna be making a grand fucking entrance just like usual.
I thought it was weird the cop was sitting up here.
Excuse me.
All right. He's apparently messaged the Chief Justice, let the Chief Justice know that he's like legitimately stuck at a fucking Windows loading screen, chat. We don't have a lot of great track records with defendants not having computer problems.
Yeah, he's screaming right in my ear.
Our vehicle is outside.
Well, what are you guys hoping for, Lily?
Look at all these people, chat. This is awesome. This is awesome, man. I hope we're gonna give everybody a great show tonight. The thing that I told Luca, I was like, look, man, just have fun, right? Just have fun.
Give everybody civilian-wise 5 minutes to get their vehicles put up. If not, start impounding them.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. And I need your phone number because I lost it. My phone got spoofed. So, before you leave. Yep, before you leave. Okay.
Oh yeah, we do the same thing.
Anyone want to do an interview real quick before the trial starts?
Pardon me, Deputy. My Bentley's parked outside. Did you want me to go ahead and take care of garage on that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, please, sir.
Okay,
Just,
if
got a lot of people with head issues.
yes, sir. I'll be right back. If anybody comes looking for me, just let them know I'm outside.
Yeah, your client's still trying to make it in, so.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll be right back, Deputy. I have to go move my Bentley. Apparently, it needs to be garaged.
All right, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, we're kind of over 2 right now on defendants. We had the same problem with Bob Swat. He had some kind of an issue that delayed him, and unfortunately was not able to get the 45 minutes. I was super disappointed because I really wanted to see that trial. Because Swat was a real slick lawyer as well. In fact, Bob, if you're watching by any chance, we're gonna dedicate this defense to Bob Swat. I'm just like trying not to run into Hawk. We're gonna dedicate this defense to Bob Swat, the slickest lawyer in SAVRP. Oh, pardon me, sir. We'll run around in masks. All right.
All right, sir. Just before you step back in, I'm gonna double check you.
Yes, sir. Be my guest. All I got on me is some 5-year-old tacos and a couple of energy drinks.
Well, doesn't hurt to make sure.
Absolutely.
All right, sir. You have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Do you think everyone's excited for this today?
Is that Lily giving an interview over there with Pedro?
Pretty much a full courthouse. So.
Dude, this is fucking sick. Let's see if I can
Another question.
I don't know.
Us, the press,
I'm gonna see if I can grab a snippet real quick, chat.
You heard any from your client on how he is on making it in?
Give me 1 second. My understanding is he's got a slow brain update that's taking place right now.
Gotcha.
Sparks and I might have to move in and out of. So
Mr. O'Malley.
keep that in mind.
Oh shit, Dave O'Malley, y'all. Where's he at? Oh. So there's like enough people here though. I think we're gonna be okay. I'm gonna be upset if we end up having to if this case gets dismissed because of any kind of technicalities or anything like that.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
I was just wanting to see where Pedro and I could set up for.
All right, so he's restarting his PC
He's filming this with his big camera.
and then flying in.
Well, he can be on either side of the road.
Had to be today.
Oh, before we start though, congratulations on the promotion. Perfect. You hear that, Pedro? We could stand right here.
They're okay with me standing the whole time?
I'm sending him a picture. I'm like, it's fine, just a few people. Yeah, chat. So the strategy is pretty simple.
There's more Bowers. God damn it.
There is definitely grounds for a self-defense situation. There is a reliance on witness testimony for what took place that ultimately is from individuals who do have less than a stellar record. There's some other charges like felony vandalism, which we're just basically gonna make the case. I was really trying to get an expert witness.
I have to ask y'all to remove your hats while you're in the court. Out of respect for the court, please.
I was definitely gonna try and get an expert witness, just as primarily as just showing the process of oh, here's an expert witness for this particular task, because that's absolutely something we could do. I could not find anybody that would be an expert witness to testify to the things that we needed them to testify for, which I am super disappointed in all of you criminals that cannot pay anybody to get on the stand and lie about something. Damn you people.
Question for you, sir. Since you already like to steal the first Bowers identity, how do you feel this identity?
Firecrackers. Because we can't have nice things, chat, right? We can't have a court case without somebody having to, have attention to themselves, of course. All right, so court case. I'm saving snippets, chat.
All right, this Bowers boring me than the original. Can we talk to someone else?
Wow.
Ooh, we got bubbles.
Wow, Charlie Bowers snubbed by Pedro Ladrone, chat. Holy smokes, man. Really? Thank you to everybody who is watching currently. If you do not know where you are, this is going to be San Andreas Valley RP. We are here with the trial of the state of San Andreas versus Luca Changretta. Changretta facing 4 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of reckless operation of a firearm, 1 count of, I believe, felony vandalism. And what else did they throw at him? What else did they throw at him, chat? Let's see. Felony vandalism, reckless operation of a firearm. Oh, and discharge of a firearm within city limits. Pedro was Charlie wasn't. It's Pat. Oh, they're calling Pat the other Pat. Oh, poor Pat. The other Bauer. Oh, that's super funny. That's super funny. Well, I'm certainly glad that we were able to.
An interview before the trial starts?
We were able to give some courteousness for Changretta.
There's people laughing over here. Let's figure out what's so funny. I wanna be let in on the little funny.
Oh, I thought you were laughing at his shirt because I would have laughed.
In addition to, so like I said, there is a solid case for self-defense, which we're gonna lay out.
Gentlemen,
there's some over-reliance on witness testimony from individuals who I believe are less than credible, and there is a genuine situation of the evidence that we have of a shooting that the other person shot first. And we actually have that backed up by CCTV, physical evidence. So there's enough that I think we've got some reasonable doubt. It's not in the bag. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I just realized I don't have any fucking water. So we might, if we have to take a recess for any reason, chat, we might have a thing here. In fact, chat, I may, there will be a restart immediately following the trial. Stopped all non-essential scripts to help with performance. Oh, wow. Okay. Chat, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to be back in just a minute. I'm going to still have my ears on. I'm going to get something to drink.
You would say that you come on command?
Oh, yep, we'll be right back for sure. Pedro, stop asking the inappropriate questions.
No, I'm just saying, if it, what's inappropriate about that? I thought that's a legit question.
Oh my god. How they took it. How they took it was not the way you were intending.
You know what? I apologize, then. It's been a while.
I know it's been a while for you.
Hey, can everyone hear me real quick? I just want to get a quick check here. Okay.
We got you.
All right. Out of character, TOS is a real thing. So just know that eyes are live and TOS is a real thing. And if you do something, I will beat you.
You asked me that question, brother, not me.
Oh, yeah, no, that question's fine. That's within TOS.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
No, never. But again, let's have fun. And if you guys want to watch anything, the Discord channel is available and the VOD will be available. Make sure you guys support the streamers that are also on this trial. They are on the self promo. So please, if you want to see their POV, go for it. If you want to see my multi-stream POV, go for it. But please support the streamers, okay? That's the end of my out of character announcement. Let's have fun.
So who's ready?
Rumble you with your rule break later.
Are we rumbling? Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, we're rumbling here, Yang. Didn't you know?
Okay.
All right, chat, I'm back.
We're rumbling and grumbling. Trying to get the trial moving.
Where the fuck is Changretta?
Can we get an interview with the lawyers?
Well, let's try this one again.
Right.
Hey, Mr. Lawyer Man.
Yes.
Right
Hi.
there. Come with me.
Who are you defending today? Or
My name is Augustus Montgomery III. I'm going to be representing the
Brian,
defense, Mr. Changretta, today.
All right, so you are representing Mr. Changretta. How do you feel the case is going to go?
We feel that justice will prevail today. We feel very strongly about our case, that we're going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Changretta is not guilty of the crimes that he's been accused of. So we're feeling very strong today about our case.
Okay, so you have a strong feeling you guys are going to win today's trial?
That's correct. Yeah, we expect all charges to be dropped and then Mr. Changretta to be released as a free man today.
I have a question. I have a very important to ask him.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, your hair looks amazing. What is your hair routine?
Believe it or not, I just usually roll around a little bit before I get out of bed, and it just kind of comes out and however it comes out. So it's sort of an original design, and every day it's a new thing.
So the mullet's natural?
Oh, it's totally natural. Yeah, I don't use any hair products or anything. In fact, most of the time it just makes my shit fall out. So.
My God, more power to you.
Your
hair's fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I don't think anybody's ever said that to me before. Any other questions I can answer for you before we get started?
Can I ask, what are the charges that Mr. Changretta is facing today?
Right now, the charges that Mr. Changretta is facing are going to be 4 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of discharging a firearm in city limits, 1 count of reckless operation of a firearm, and 1 count of felony vandalism.
Oh, he did some vandalism?
No, allegedly did some vandalism, but we will be showing that we do not believe at this point that there's beyond a reasonable doubt that these charges are true. So we expect to prevail and have this case dismissed.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for attending. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you.
We're gonna give Luca the spot next to the doorway.
You want to try the prosecutor again?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am, with the red hair.
With the red hair.
Yeah. Oh,
Can we get some
What's
questions
Judith gonna say here,
from
Chat?
you, or answers from you as well?
Keep it brief while we're waiting. Sure.
Of course. Can we start off with what your name is?
My name is Judy Lagrange. I am a prosecutor for the state of St. Andreas. Sure.
And who are you wearing today?
Who are you wearing?
Allie McBee.
Allie McBeal.
Allie McBee. We like it. We love it.
Hell
Love
yeah,
the
dude.
hair too. Well, I also kind of want to ask a question that Mr. Pedro asked. What's your hair routine?
Herbal essence.
Herbal
Just
essence.
Straight up herbal essence. That just does.
Can you share some of that with me? Because damn, I want my hair looking good as yours.
I'll have to give you the specific ones I use. Sure.
Beautiful. Thank you. How do you hope the case is gonna run today?
At the very end of the day, I just want justice to be served one way or the other. So I believe that we have a pretty much open and shut case. The evidence will speak for itself, and we'll see how the justice really works.
I'm so excited. Like I really so
And
I
there's
kicked
no,
around the
jury
idea
on this one, correct?
of
Do you think jury's gonna be happening here soon?
I'm hoping that with more DOJ cases going like this, the more we get.
yeah, sign up for jury duty, everybody. Like we really want a jury case. I think that they could do a jury case with 3 jurors. So if you have not signed up for jury duty, definitely do it. My hope
I think
is
we're good. I'm gonna set up for
after all this
my
is
eyes
done
then.
that more people are like not guilty, not guilty. You know what I mean?
Hey, Lily.
Got some members of ESH in the crowd today.
Okay, so
I actually think I think that's Kevin Lorette that is next to Beanie Moore.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna mute the game
Which is interesting because we did subpoena him today. Because he is a potential victim. So the strategy in subpoenaing Beanie Moore, because she is an integral part of she's one of the witnesses that was named in the police report,
Hey, I'll interview.
is we wanted to ensure that that if she didn't show, that we could essentially strike her witness testimony from the record.
They still having them slow issues.
My understanding is that he should be flying in momentarily if he's not in already. I think his issues are looking pretty good right now.
Okay, make sure you let them know to put the car.
Oh, okay. I'll pass that along. Let him know to park his stuff in the garage. That way it's not impounded.
Yeah, said he's struggling right now. Let's just make people in the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I will do that. All right, Boomer. Thank you so much for the multi-stream, buddy. I'm really looking forward to seeing that VOD.
They said once it opens not to. Have them go through the other entrance over there. Alright, I'll lock this entrance down, tell them to go through the other one.
Dude, this is awesome. I'm so excited to see this level of participation. This is great. There will be a reset immediately following the trial. Please hold all post-trial RP for the reset. This is and this is good because having this many players in one place, it's like another form of load testing, apparently. Oh my gosh, dude, where is? I need a fucking GIF. Like stat for Luca here, and we'll hear him too, which is awesome.
Do not go there. Do not come to him. Do not come to him.
Oh shit! I got it. I totally got it, chat. Where is it? Happy dress.
I'm sitting in the aisle. I'm the main character. Oh, you just stole the seat from me.
Not gonna lie, I'm sitting on nothing.
Oh, we're sitting together.
Oh Lord, it is Pride Month.
Like you better bust in here like the Kool-Aid Man soon. Where the fuck is he? All right, we're like 20 minutes. We're like 20 minutes past. So. All right, so if you guys are part of the multi-stream on Page Me Boomer's streaming page, thank you so much, Boomer, for including me, and we're really looking forward to having a really, really fun exchange. Judith is a excellent role player and very, very, how would I describe? Keen is what came to mind, but that's not exactly. But she's a very, very intelligent player, and I got to admit that. I'm worried that there's something that I'm not seeing here with this case. I'm fully expecting her to pull a rabbit out of her hat with something. But the way the process is supposed to work, it's very transparent. You know, we have full discovery. And, you know, we get to see everything. I really tried really hard to get an expert witness at the last minute, but I couldn't find anybody who was willing to take a bribe to get on the stand and say that the car in question was not damaged. So now I have to go the route of discrediting the cops, and I run the risk of one of the two police officers owning his own mechanic shop. So it's questionable. Like, the argument is going to essentially be a self-defense argument. And there is enough doubt, in my opinion, to paint that picture. I've met with Mr. Changretta a couple of times this week. We have gone over strategy. I had really hoped on being able to go over specifics with his testimony, but unfortunately he just didn't have the availability today to do that. So I had to kind of suffice to sending him a few notes. So he was prepped before trial as best as humanly possible. The last criminal trial that we had, not the Fredo Diaz trial, that was kind of its own entity. But the last criminal trial that we had here, the defendant ended up getting up on the stand and just like straight up incriminated himself. So I was like, let's just not do that, if at all possible. Yeah, I'm getting the same thing.
Y'all look silly.
Yes, the Blaze Knight trial. That was who was that? Jacob Smith, Jacob Hansen. Blaze actually testified, but like Dakota ended up Hansen. Dakota ended up objecting to his entire testimony because it's like, this guy has no idea what's going on. Like, he has no idea. There's nothing relevant to this case. But yeah, he basically got up there and he's just like, fuck yeah, I shot the shit out of that security guard, and oh yeah, I guess we robbed this truck, but I didn't know what my buddy was doing. It was all so very strange. Whoa. Am I not seeing something?
You guys can go ahead and sit back down. I was stopping some resources that might have made you stand up.
Oh, that's what it was. It was so weird. I was like, why is everyone standing?
What was that, McGee? I'm so sorry, I didn't hear you.
Nothing pertinent to a reporter.
Oh, okay.
You know, McGee, that would be really great, though.
So
You
I'm
could
gonna
tie
have to ask you
that
to
to do
take your
that
hat
again
off
next
and
time you
just
say
not
all
expect
rise, and then just everyone goes up in unison.
There you go. Now I'll stop the script.
Yeah, sorry. I had to get Mr.
God damn it, Luca, where the fuck are you, dude?
Oh, hey. Yeah, I just need you to take your hat off while you're inside the courtroom. Out of respect.
Brother, you're the second person I'm telling this. I'm wearing this to show that my eyes are live.
Okay, well, if I didn't know that's what it meant, then how does everybody else know that's what it means?
Yeah,
you might just
no.
double checking with your superiors because it's the only way that I can make this work.
All right.
Deputy, I just want to let you know that I just got confirmation my client is flying in, so it just should be a couple more minutes.
Okay, sounded good. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. He's like sending me a picture of him flying in. Oh, we have so many ginger cops. Why are there so many? You know, I think red hair has always fascinated me because it's just so uncommon. And I think as a character, that's always fascinated me. And I was just kind of always thought about playing something that's kind of different. Thank you very much for the good luck on the case. Because they're soulless bastards. Can't wait until he shows up and sees all the people in the courtroom waiting for him. I did send him a snip, and I was like, it's fine. There's just a few people waiting for you right now. No big deal. Yeah, dude, court cases, yeah, especially Bauer. Yeah, definitely. Totally soulless. Totally soulless. Yeah, just a couple. No big deal. Yeah. I guess it's gonna be Freddie Martinez as the judge today. You all know why I called you here today. Oh, he's taking photos, chat. That's what he's doing. He's taking snippets right now. That's what he's doing. All right. So our primary cross-examine during the prosecution's case is going to be Captain Max Edge. Commander Yang will probably be secondary. Assistant Chief Sparks, I think, is going to testify specifically to what he saw with the CCTV footage. Which we do have a couple of questions with regards to the CCTV footage. And hopefully I'll work this out. This is the first time I have ever done a FiveM trial as an attorney. I've never done this before, so I hope you will all cut me a little slack if I manage to totally fuck this up.
Hasn't even started, bro.
This is the first time that I've done this. I'm super excited, and honestly, like, there's probably I think this is a great case.
Were you looking at me? I just felt like you were staring a little hard there for a moment.
This is not like I think about some of the arrest cases that I've dealt with as a player, and some of them were just like fucking open and shut, where you're just like you're arguing basically like on the margins, and there's just, you know, where the evidence is just stacked against you. This one I really think is about how we set the narrative and the story that we tell. And I absolutely think that if Luca can pull off the if he can follow the steps that I've given him, I really actually think that we stand a very good chance of winning this thing. There were when I watched the first CCTV footage clip, I was like, this is kind of bad, you know? So I talked to him, like, what happened before, what happened after. Yeah, we want the real Bow Bow. What's up, Steel Rain? Good to see you back in the chat, buddy. Have fun. Good luck. Some guy named Boomer.
Good.
Andrew K89, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, do you have the
Welcome to the chat.
Is it being summer?
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, no, I was asking him.
Yeah, I feel like we just tell everybody 30 minutes before it actually starts, and then we go that route. Or I'm gonna eat my taco here.
Yo, say the word, I walk out.
It has been a while, yes sir. Glad to see you back.
Thank God this courtroom has air conditioning.
How have I been? I've been good. It's been a busy couple months, man. I feel like the city is. I feel like the city just like every day. It's like if you take 24 hours off, you're just like, holy shit! I'm gonna need like some serious documentation, everything that happened. So we start scheduling court on CP time. Got it. I'm an expert at that. Yeah. Whoa, I'm not gonna. Woo. Yep. I have a buddy of mine that it's been a hot minute, but I got a buddy of mine
Everybody might want to do
who I ride sport bikes with.
Check.
I got a buddy of mine who I ride sport bikes with, and he legitimately, if I tell him a time to be ready to ride, you could straight up fast forward 5 hours, and that's when he's actually ready.
Party?
I have.
Changretta.
Party for little old me, huh?
Oh, good to see you, Mr. Changretta. Have a seat.
How's it going?
That's going well, sir. Going well. You get my notes?
Yeah. I did have time to read them. Yep.
Okay. All right. When you have a second, feel free to remove your glasses and your hat. That way everybody can see your
Good
face.
call. Good call.
You ready to go?
Good
Yes,
thing
sir.
I'm
I
whispering.
believe
He's
we
definitely
are.
gonna
I
be
believe we're
guilty 'cause
ready.
he's late, right?
You definitely are not whispering, sir.
Yes.
I'm definitely
So
not
how long are you
whispering.
gonna wait for the defendant to show up
He definitely thought that was funny, but it wasn't.
before they just push a warrant?
But yeah, dude, I straight up.
It's already nighttime. Give
I've
me a
on
2
like
p.m.
2
no
separate
lunch.
occasions, I sat in my house for the better part of 5 hours in a full leathers, and I'm like, where the fuck is this guy? And then he shows up at my house. Like, I was like, dude, we were gonna go riding at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. He shows up at my house at 5. I was like, dude, it's sundown in an hour. I am not gonna be dragging knee on the mountain at like 8 o'clock at night in the fucking
All right,
dark.
for the Honorable Lillian Hudson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated.
All right, here we go, chat.
Few housekeeping items before we get started, ladies and gentlemen. Please ensure that you have adequate food and drink for the entirety of the trial. Please avoid answering any phone calls or having any loud conversations. If you do need to leave, we ask that you exit through the back door, obey all directions given by the bailiff and any LEO serving the court at this time. Court is now in session for State of St. Andreas versus Mr. Luca Changretta.
I'm like excited and scared to death right now.
Ms.
I really am.
Branch, please begin.
Here we go. Let her rip.
Yes.
My
opening statement, I just want everyone to know that we are pushing to have justice served today. Mr. Changretta is facing charges of attempted murder, firing his weapon within city limits, as well as a few other charges. You are going to hear witnesses at the scene. You are going to be presented evidence, and you will see that justice will be served today. That Luca Changretta is not this innocent man that he pretends to be. I would like to first call to the witness.
Oh, I don't get an
Commander
opening statement?
Chow Yang.
Oh, I don't get an opening statement, chat? I see how it is. That's fine.
All right, Officer Yang, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat up there on the
I'm actually pulling security right on the other side of this door.
Heart is pounding, chat. I'm ready, though.
For the court, if you would please, Commander, state your full name.
Full name is Chow Mein Yang.
He really
And
changed
what
it to
is your
Chow Mein.
rank in the Los Santos Police Department?
I am commander in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Can you recount for me the incident in which you had been called to the scene? Recall what you had witnessed when you arrived.
Yeah, so we responded to, I believe it was a life alert call. And that was the original incident.
And when you arrived to the scene, what did you initially see?
So when we arrived at the scene, we found a person downed. And I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna. My eyes are really getting sore.
Aha! Advantage us, chat.
Give me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know where you are, this is going to be San Andreas Valley RP. If you want to do some cool shit, be part of an awesome criminal trial like this, or some real serious roleplay, be sure to hit that link at the Discord below. Thank you very much for everybody piling in.
Alright, just be another second.
Well, never mind. I guess I got to work on that, Dave. So, so Commander Yang is our secondary target because, as best as I can tell, he was not the arresting officer or the responding officer. He was on the phone
Okay,
with
my
Mr.
apologies.
Changretta, we think,
So
trying
yeah,
to de-escalate.
We got a call for, if I recall, we found a person unconscious when we arrived to the scene. That person had multiple gunshot wounds.
So there was a person that was unconscious with multiple gunshot wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you saw that, what did you do then?
So after that situation, we began searching the area. As we always do, we conduct an investigation. Or obviously you can try to figure out what happened. So that's what we did after that.
And during this investigation, did you find a suspect?
So during the investigation, I believe I got a call from Changretta.
Here we go.
Stating that he was on top of a billboard hiding.
Sorry, I just need you to answer the question. Did you find a suspect through your initial investigation?
Not as soon as we arrived, no. We were still going through some of the stuff. The reason being is that, we were going through information that was presented at the scene.
Okay. So after you did not find a suspect, then what happened?
So for me, I received a call from Mr. Changretta.
Do you often receive calls from Mr. Changretta?
No, the police hotline.
I see. So it was through the 911 system.
Right.
Okay. And what did Mr. Changretta tell you on the phone?
He stated he was hiding from people.
And what did you advise him?
Well, the first thing I believe I asked him was where he was. And what the danger was that he was going through, and I advised him to stay put or at least be into a safe place.
And did you find Mr. Changretta after that call?
Yeah, so he told me where he was. He stated he was on top of, he climbed up a ladder to a billboard, which was, I want to say, within 75 yards of the initial scene.
And at what point were you alerted that Mr. Changretta may be the suspect?
So at the time of when I was dealing with Changretta and his, I guess you could say, story or statement, Sparks and Captain Edge were conducting their investigation, and they were letting me know information or relaying information through the radio.
So Captain Edge is our primary
And
target.
at that point,
just so you know.
became more of a suspect
Yang
than,
is
let's say, a
secondary.
victim.
Sparks is probably
Did you
tertiary.
detain Mr. Changretta at that time?
Shortly after, yes.
And what was his reaction to being detained at the time?
Quite upset. He was quite upset, yeah.
Did you conduct a pat down on him at that time?
Yes.
What did you find with that pat down?
We found an assault rifle and a pistol, which was, the assault rifle was an MCX Spear, and the pistol was an FNX 45 Tactical.
That is.
So before the detainment, what was Mr. Changretta's story?
Before the detainment, Changretta stated that he was being attacked by.
That's not the correct
for
weapon.
lack of better words, would just say the Orange Group, supposedly or allegedly, and he said he was defending himself.
He said an FNX Tactical.
And the reason why he was on top of the billboard was for his protection, to run away from the scene.
Hang on, Trent.
And after you detained him and found his weapons, did the story change at all?
Not really. He kept going with the same fact that
He
he
named the
was
wrong gun.
the victim in the situation.
So he never changed the story.
And did you yourself, Commander Yang, find any other evidence that would tie Mr. Changretta to this crime?
Well, while I was talking to him, there was multiple casings and CCTV footage.
But you yourself did not find those, someone else.
I think I may have picked up a casing or two.
Okay.
But there's, we didn't have much time as I was detaining him.
Who processed the arrest of Mr. Changretta?
That would be our Assistant Chief Sparks.
All right.
Oh.
After you detained him and found the weapons, did anything else of note happen during that incident with you directly, Commander Yang?
Not really towards Changretta, other than the fact that we needed to get him away from the scene.
To get him away from the scene because of what?
Safety purposes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was there something that was happening that was making you think that it became unsafe?
It's not really relevant too much to the case, other than the fact that
now it's got my attention.
People were starting to become looky-loos, if for lack of better words.
So there was a crowd forming.
Correct.
Oh, a crowd.
Prosecution has no further questions.
Here we go, chat.
Defend.
Very well, defense's witness. Before we get started, Mr. Montgomery, I believe we did not get a chance to get your opening statement. If you would kindly give that to the court.
Oh, yeah, yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Mr. Changretta, is on trial today. Counts of attempted murder, reckless operation of a firearm, discharging a firearm in city limits, as well as felony vandalism. You're going to hear arguments from the prosecution today that my client operated in a reckless manner, that he willfully and diligently targeted individuals of the public and engaged in what otherwise would be described as an attempt to kill someone else. The prosecution will attempt to convince you that Mr. Changretta is somehow not only guilty of these charges, but is somehow a subhuman human being and somebody who is deserving of being locked up and having his God-given right to carry weapons and defend himself stricken from him for the rest of his natural life. And I'm here to tell you that we are going to prove that the prosecution's case is not sufficient enough to convict Mr. Changretta, and not only that, but the individuals in which the prosecution is relying upon are less than reliable witnesses, and they themselves potentially criminals and acting in criminal behavior. And we intend to prove that here for you today and ensure that justice has prevailed. Judge, that's going to conclude my opening statement. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montgomery, your witness.
Hello, Commander Yang. It's good to meet you, sir. I think this is the first time we've had a chance to exchange pleasantries. I'm sorry that you had to come down here today, but thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your service to the Los Santos Police Department, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice meeting you as well.
Commander Yang, just wanted to clarify a couple pieces of your testimony. First of all, can you inform the court, sir, how long you have been an officer for the Los Santos Police Department, sir?
Yeah, it's been almost 6 months now.
Okay, almost 6 months, and you are a commander rank, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and help me out, sir, because sometimes I'm a little fuzzy on the ranks. Who would you say would be your direct supervisor? Who do you report to, sir?
It would either be Tiny Woody or Sparks in Dakota.
Okay, and what are their ranks, sir?
So Dakota is chief of the department. Sparks is assistant chief of the department, and Tiny is a deputy chief.
Okay, so you are considered to be a department head, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So as a department head, I'm assuming I'm assuming Commander Yang that you have engaged in exemplary service and stood out amongst your peers, and that's why they have charged you with such a distinguished position, correct?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Your Honor, I'm just attempting to establish the credibility of the witness here with some questioning.
Objection overruled. Please continue.
Officer Yang, Commander Yang, if you don't mind, just so to get your position, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll rephrase the question. Commander Yang, so assuming you are department head, I'm assuming that you only become a department head if you have, stood out among your peers and demonstrated that you can handle such a immense responsibility.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. In the 6 months that you've been part of the Los Santos Police Department, sir, you've worked with a lot of different weapons during that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in your testimony, you indicated that you were the one responsible for the pat down and searching of Mr. Changretta, the defendant. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to refresh my memory here, what type of a pistol did you say that you found on Mr. Changretta?
It's an FNX 45 tactical.
Okay, an FNX 45 tactical. Okay. Commander, would you be surprised to know that the report that was officially submitted as part of this arrest, that the pistol in question that Mr. Changretta had on his person was actually in FN 509, sir? Does that jog your memory at all, Commander Yang?
Yeah, yes, it does, actually.
Okay, you guys, and also that Mr. Changretta has a FN 509 that's registered to his name. Are you also aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, so is it accurate to say, Commander, that you inaccurately identified the defendant's weapon as an FNX Tactical 45 when in fact it was an FN 509? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commander. Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate that. Commander, I did have a couple other questions about what you saw that day. So, were you the first officer that was on scene with that life alert?
No, we arrived at the same time.
And who is we, sir? I'm sorry.
The Captain Edge and Assistant Chief Sparks.
Okay, besides the defendant, Mr. Changretta, who else was at the scene when you arrived for that life alert?
There was another group of people.
Okay, another group of people. Could you give me a relative count? Was there 3, 4, 5? How many people would you say were there in addition to the defendant?
I would say possibly 3 or 4.
Okay, possibly 3 or 4. Were any of the 3 or 4 individuals that were on scene when you first arrived, were they later identified as potential victims of the alleged occurrence of the defendant?
I would assume so.
Okay, you would assume so. Commander Yang, I just want to remind you, we have a man who's on trial for 4 counts of attempted murder. So is there any way for you to answer in a certain yes or no?
Well, then, I mean, yes, they are victims.
Okay. And any of the, so you mentioned also in your testimony that you had to isolate the groups from Mr. Changretta because things were getting unruly. Were the unruly individuals also part of the initial 3 or 4 people that you saw when you arrived on scene?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Were they acting aggressively or were they saying derogatory things about Mr. Changretta?
Yes.
Okay. And what specifically, Commander Yang, gave you the indication that you needed to separate these two groups? What specifically was said or done that in your six months of extensive experience made you think that you needed to separate these two groups from each other before they became hostile to one another?
Just the way they're talking and, communicating with us upon the situation.
Okay. And at any point did that group of 3 or 4 individuals, Commander Yang, do you believe that they posed a threat to you or other officers on scene?
I mean, there's always a potential threat.
Okay. Were any of those individuals, to the best of your knowledge, armed with weapons, sir?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Did you happen to identify any of those individuals in the course of your investigation?
I'm sure the other officers at the scene did. Again, I was dealing with Changretta.
Okay. Now, you also said that you had spoken to Mr. Changretta on the phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. About how many times during the course of this incident do you think you had spoken to Mr. Changretta on the phone? Was it once, twice, several times?
During the incident?
Either during, let's say, prior to or during the investigation, sir. On the phone specifically.
Yeah, it was only during the initial, as soon as we, like, a couple minutes after we arrived.
Okay, so he called the LSPD hotline, and you're the individual who answered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and during that phone call, he indicated that he was in some kind of danger and he needed your assistance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe the prosecution has asked this question before, so please, I beg your indulgence, sir. Have you had instances where Mr. Changretta has called the LSPD hotline in the past and requested assistance from police because he was in some kind of danger?
Before this incident or after this incident?
Before this incident, sir.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Have you had any interactions with the defendant, Mr. Changretta, prior to this incident in a professional capacity as a commander in the Los Santos Police Department?
In previous positions, yes.
Okay. And during any of those interactions, Commander Yang, has Mr. Changretta done anything, let's say verbally, has he said anything to you that made you feel that he was threatening to you?
Depending on how the interaction went, yes.
Oh, you have? Oh. Has he ever done anything like, has he ever displayed a weapon in your presence that made you feel threatened at all?
No.
Okay. Has he ever pointed a weapon in a police encounter in your direction that made you feel like he might potentially shoot you or severely harm you?
No.
Okay. Has he ever fired a weapon at you, Commander Yang, in any official police encounter?
No.
So if you were to arrive on scene with Mr. Changretta, do you, at any point in the past, have you ever felt like there was a severe amount of danger where you would need to potentially call for backup with dealing with him?
Depending on the situation, yes.
Okay, depending on the situation. Commander Yang, are you also aware that the defendant, Mr. Changretta, holds a legal Class 4 license for weapons? Are you aware of that?
I am aware.
Okay. And you're also obviously aware that all of his weapons are legally registered, including the 2 that you took from him during the course of this incident, correct?
I am aware.
In your expertise, Commander Yang, over the last 6 months of your time with the Los Santos Police Department, would you say it is common or uncommon, sir, for criminals who pose a threat with weapons, for those weapons to be registered to them?
I think that highly depends on the criminal.
It's a simple yes or no. Is it common or uncommon, sir?
I would say it's actually common, yes.
It's common for criminals that use weapons against police officers for those weapons to be registered to them?
Yes.
Your Honor, objection.
What is your objection, Mr. Martinez?
The defense attorney is asking Officer Yang to comment on all criminals. He doesn't know all criminals in the city.
Your Honor, I'm only asking Commander Yang to comment on criminals that he's had personal experience with. I'm not asking for him to speak for every criminal in the city.
Objection sustained. Mr. Montgomery, please rephrase your question.
Commander Yang, are you, I guess, well, Your Honor, I'll withdraw the question. Commander Yang, I'll just have one simple question, and that is, well, no, I'll go and withdraw that question. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Commander Yang, thank you for your time, sir.
Hmm?
Yeah, we're not going to...
prosecution?
We're not going to push that. Captain Edge is who it... I'm actually kind of surprised.
No,
I think that
questions.
I think that was actually a perjurous indication.
please.
Most criminals do not have their weapons registered.
Prosecution would like to call Assistant Chief Sparks to the stand.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Commander Yang was like a secondary target anyway. I was getting a little too hung up on him.
For the court record, could you please state your full name?
Tyler Sparks, Assistant Chief, Los Santos Police Department.
Thank you. Now, Chief Sparks, is it Assistant Chief? Is there a short way to? Is there a shorter way to mention your?
They just call us Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Just call me Chief if you want.
Of course. Chief Sparks, can you go ahead and tell me, were you dispatched to the same call that Commander Yang was?
I was not dispatched. I responded to a life alert call from the location.
Can you tell me what you saw upon your arrival?
Upon my arrival, I saw an individual in a orange colored outfit laying on the ground in a pool of blood.
Okay, so Sparks is going to be our target for that aspect.
Did you call for medical aid? Did you?
Medical assistance was with us on another call and transitioned to the scene with us.
Ooh.
Medical, once we secured the scene, the medical team broke in.
Did you partake in any investigation of the scene?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and describe for me the investigations that took place from your point of view on that scene?
Starting investigation was to determine the evidence around the initial body of the scene. And we scoured the area for additional casings, which we did locate by the Lucky Plucker, and then additional security footage, including witness statements from individuals that were across the street at the clothing store.
How many different serial numbers did you find among the casings?
We found
three
different serial numbers in total.
Okay. And how many of those serial casings were at, you mentioned the Lucky Plucker. How many different serial casings were at the Lucky Plucker?
2.
So all 3 were located around the Lucky Plucker.
That's not true.
In that general location.
Was any DNA recovered on scene?
Yes, DNA from the victim.
Okay. And did you identify the victims on the scene? The people that were being shot at and the one that was down?
We identified the one that was down as well as another individual who was across the street who had their car shot up.
And what did you find when you checked video surveillance?
When we checked the video surveillance, our initial concern was to check the scene where the location of the shooting we were investigating. But upon further review of the alternate angles, we located a video feed of an individual on top of the Lucky Plucker shooting towards the clothing store.
The individual that was shooting towards the clothing store, did that happen before or after the shooting of the man in orange?
Before.
Before, okay. And how long after the shooting on the Lucky Plucker did the engagement on the street level take place?
Approximately 2 to 3 minutes afterwards.
3 minutes exactly.
Did you take anything else of note through the video investigation?
Through the video investigation, I just isolated scenes where individuals were visible to the camera perspective.
And what was the what was the suspect wearing?
Black pants, black shoes, a black shirt, and a black mask, carrying a rifle of some kind, which I later identified by zooming in as a SIG MCX or Spears. My bad. Sorry.
Did you search the serial numbers while you were on scene?
At the time, we were more concerned with making sure we had collected all the evidence.
During the time of your investigation, did Commander Yang radio to you about a description of Luca Changretta?
Commander Yang reported that he had taken a 911 call from a Luca Changretta down the street from the scene. I initially sent another officer to go speak with Commander Yang about the situation and eventually transitioned over there myself.
So when you went over there yourself, were you able to visually link Luca Changretta's current appearance at that time to the person in the video?
Yes.
That's fine.
During the investigation, what of note were you, let me rephrase that question. During the questioning of the witnesses, what was told to you that was of note?
The initial note was the start of the shooting, which, in their own words, stated they were at the clothes store across the street. Upon exiting the clothes store, they started getting fired upon. They took cover, and they did not know exactly which direction the shots came from.
Was there any property damaged by the firing of a weapon at them?
Yes, severe damage to the left side of the victim's vehicle, including 2 pop tires.
Who was the vehicle registered to?
Beanie Moore.
And that is the same person that was being shot at?
Yes.
When you finally met with Luca Changretta, did you ask him any questions?
Yes, I asked him first off how his day was going.
How his day was going.
Followed by if he was armed.
Oh. Did you ask
Was he
anybody
already
else?
pat down by that point, or were you joining just in time for him to be detained?
He was not detained at that time, but I believe that he was already in the process of being questioned by Officer Yang.
What was his response when you asked him if he was armed?
He stated yes, he was armed with his legal weapons.
So would you say that he was cooperative?
Yes, he was very cooperative.
After he was detained, did he remain cooperative with your investigation?
He became very agitated after we had informed him that he was going to be detained and taken to the station.
Would you say he was cooperative, though?
No. At that point, he was, let's say, more passive.
Oh.
Not really cooperative.
I would say passive
At
is
the moment that you
cooperative.
detained him and seized his weapons, did you tie together the casings found on scene versus the serial numbers on his weapon?
Upon first encountering Mr. Changretta, I did ask him for his serial numbers, which we did obtain. Only after his arrest did we actually compare the serial numbers to the casings.
Oh.
Which they did come back to matching the firearms he had on it.
Hmm.
Were there any casings on scene that did not match the serial numbers of Luca Changretta's firearm?
Yes. Only one.
Only one.
Like a one single casing?
Yes.
Was it registered to anybody?
No.
Negative. No registration, no other crimes were associated with that case.
Okay.
Right. No further questions.
Defense's witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Chief Sparks, good to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you too, sir.
I got a few questions about your testimony. First, thank you for your time coming in today to deal with this matter. You indicated to the court that you also responded to a life alert call, similar as Commander Yang, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, you personally observed a subject that was downed near the Lucky Plucker. Is that accurate?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what that subject was wearing?
Not off the top of my head. I remember it was orange, something with I think it was black pair of pants.
Okay, so if I was to say maybe an orange hoodie, would you agree that that was an accurate description?
Yes, I don't remember exactly the top he was wearing at the time.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We're not going to get caught down in details. Did you identify the individual in question that was downed at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and what was that name, sir? I'm sorry, Assistant Chief Sparks, do you happen to remember the name of the individual that had been downed?
I believe it was Kevin Latre. Sorry.
Kevin what, sir?
Latre, L-I-R-E-T-T-E.
Latre, okay. I may have been pronouncing his name incorrectly. So thank you, sir. When you encountered Mr. Latre, what would you say his condition was?
From first encounter and the amount of blood, it seemed he was in a critical, life-threatening situation.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Latre had been shot at that point?
It appeared so, based on his injuries.
Okay. And in the process of medical assistance being rendered to Mr. Latre, did you ever search him for weapons?
No.
Okay. So you never patted him down or frisked him or determined whether or not he may have had a firearm on his person?
We did not.
Okay. Is it common standard operating procedure during responding to shooting situations for individuals who are, in severe medical states to not be checked for weapons?
We don't usually check people for weapons if they are not involved in a shooting. We did not see any evidence that he was involved in shooting other than the victim.
Okay. And the other individuals who were there, did you also speak or interview with any of the other witnesses?
I only spoke with one other person.
And who would that person be, sir?
Beanie Moore.
Okay, Miss Moore. All right. So did you handle any elements of the crafting of the police report, Officer Sparks?
I did not.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that the police report initially only listed 1 count of attempted murder as opposed to the 4 that the prosecution has levied against the defendant today?
As far as I know, the DOJ is allowed to bring any charges they seem fit.
Yes, sir. Would you say that Mr. Kevin Lorette at that time was a victim of a potential shooting of the defendant?
I'd say he was a potential victim of a shooting in general.
Okay, but at that point, your investigation had not obviously connected the defendant, Mr. Changretta, to any aspects of the shooting.
At that point in time, we hadn't even begun processing the scene.
Okay.
We were more concerned with saving lives.
Yes, sir. At any time while you were present on scene, did you, either yourself or witness any other officer, check Mr. Lorette for any weapons on his person?
I did not.
Okay. And you are also the officer who reviewed the CCTV footage. Is that correct?
I am the second officer to review the CCTV.
Okay, so the second officer, but you did see the CCTV footage as well. Yes, is that answer?
Yes.
Is that correct?
I reviewed it on scene.
Okay, and you reviewed it on scene. Okay. Your Honor, I would like to call attention to the second CCTV footage. I don't know how you would like me to display that. I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Very well. Prosecution and defense, if we would all take a slide over to our conference call and Discordia forum, we'll review footage there.
Okay, chat. Here we go. If I can find. All right, I beg the court's pardon. This is the first time I've done this, so I'm just going to try and get this displayed as easily as possible. Assistant Chief Sparks, I'm going to display what was the second CCTV footage that starts at about 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Are you familiar with this footage, sir?
I only reviewed it once to get to the initial scene, and then again for the court request.
Okay, understood. Give me just one moment. I'll pull that up for you. All right, chat. We're going to get to working it. So this is where the rubber is going to start meeting the road.
All right, and Mr. Montgomery, whenever you're ready.
Definitely don't want to do that. I would like to share my screen. All right. All right, Your Honor and Officer Sparks, I just want to make sure that you can see what it is that I'm sharing. Is everybody on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience, Your Honor. I appreciate it. Okay, Assistant Chief Sparks, you can see right now we have set in a freeze frame. You're going to see 2 individuals, one dressed all in black and another individual dressed in what appears to be an orange and color hoodie. Is that what you're seeing, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The individual who is all dressed in orange, does that individual have something in his hand, sir?
It appears he does.
And what, if you had to describe that object, what would you say that object is?
It appears to be a rifle of some kind.
Okay. Does he appear to be doing anything threatening with his rifle at this time?
Cannot make it out from this angle.
Okay, understood. Let me go ahead and continue with the footage.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may interrupt, with the gentleman or lady who is currently narrating notes that they are taken, please cease. We don't want anything to tamper with court considerations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Your Honor. I appreciate everybody's patience. Assistant Chief Sparks, at this point, could you please describe what you're seeing with the two individuals in this CCTV footage?
Appears both individuals are now pointing weapons at each other.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, is the individual that is dressed in orange, to the best of your recollection, does that description match the individual that you saw downed as part of the initial life alert call?
Yes, it does.
And would you say that that individual is currently pointing what appears to be a rifle of some sort in a threatening manner at the subject who was dressed in black?
It appears it does.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, I will just continue, and one moment. Assistant Chief Sparks, now I know that the CCTV footage is a little tricky, but would you agree that when you see a red line represented on the CCTV footage, that indicates that a firearm has been discharged?
To my best knowledge, yes.
And in this instance, to the best of your recollection of this still image, if you had, as an expert investigator, to surmise who was firing that shot, who do you say would have been the person firing that weapon, sir?
Depending on how the security cameras work, it is currently could have been either party, but at this angle, it appears the man.
Okay, all right, understood. So just to clarify, you would believe it is who, sir?
Based on the angle you currently have it paused at, it is the man in orange.
Is the man in orange. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and continue with the footage, and I'll be referring back to this in just a moment, Assistant Chief Sparks. So thank you for your indulgence. Now, Assistant Chief Sparks, now we saw the situation change. We now saw the black figure appear to fire his own weapon several times at the man in orange. Would you agree that that is what you're seeing, sir?
There is no red line to your previous statement.
Okay, give me just one moment. Is that a little bit clear, sir? You can see the clear red line from the subject in black against the subject in orange. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by that angle of that CCTV footage, who would you surmise is actually firing the weapon at that point in time?
Based on that angle, it appears to be the man in black.
Okay, understood. Your Honor, thank you for your patience. I promise I'm almost through with my line of questioning.
Take your time.
Now, Assistant Chief Sparks, something happened with that individual in black. What did he do after he fired several shots at the individual in orange?
Fled the scene.
Okay, so he ran away.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'm going to shift gears briefly. I want to offer a defense exhibit. It's going to include one of these crime scene photos of that location.
Very well, thank you. If you could display those photos as well in the same forum, Mr. Montgomery, that'd be much appreciated.
Oh, okay.
The lack of a projector to allow everyone to see evidence. We want everything to be as transparent as possible.
Okay, Assistant Chief Sparks, can you see this enlarged evidence photograph that I've displayed?
You might want to check your thing again.
Okay, all right. My apologies. Let me check that. Oh. Okay. Please let me know if you can see that enlarged photograph, Assistant Chief Sparks.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you please describe what it is that we are looking at?
It appears to be the front of a LSPD cruiser in the alleyway with a showcasing highlight on it.
Okay. Does that alleyway location match the description of the location that we saw in the CCTV footage?
Yes.
Okay. That single shell casing, are you familiar with that serial number?
I am not.
Okay. Was that one of the 3 shell casing serial numbers that you recall finding on scene?
It may have well been. I only recall the 2 from the other 2 firearms.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that this is the one shell casing, Assistant Chief Sparks, that as part of the report of this incident came back to an unregistered file?
There was a shell casing that was from an unregistered firearm.
Okay. As part of the discovery process, the LSPD was nice enough to run this serial number for me, and it came back as not on file in the system. Would you agree or disagree that this shell casing is in the same approximate location as the individual in orange who we saw potentially discharging a weapon in that second footage?
Yes.
So, in your experience as an investigator and your familiarity with the scene, is it possible, sir, that the individual in orange was the first person to fire their firearm in this altercation?
In this particular altercation, yes.
I mean, given the fact, Assistant Chief Sparks, that you found 2 weapons on Mr. Changretta that were both registered to him, correct?
Correct.
And the shell casings that you found at the scene, aside from this one that is unregistered, those shell casings came back to Mr. Changretta's weapon, correct?
Correct.
So we can surmise that the weapon that was fired at this specific location was not fired by Mr. Changretta, correct?
Correct.
So, Assistant Chief Sparks, is it possible that in this altercation, the defendant, Mr. Changretta, was actually not the aggressor, but in fact he may have been firing in self-defense?
Incorrect.
I'm sorry, was that correct or incorrect, sir?
Incorrect.
Oh, incorrect. So, in your experience, if somebody shoots a weapon at you, Assistant Chief Sparks, and you defend yourself, that's not self-defense?
As we've already known, Changretta was the putting towards an individual with a weapon.
But that other individual also had a weapon on him, didn't he, sir?
Yes, but not out at the time, according to your own security camera footage.
Well, it was not out at the time, but both of those individuals do have weapons, correct?
Yes.
Now, that individual in orange, you identified him as Kevin Lorette. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Lorette is permitted to own firearms or possess them, sir?
Do not. I have no interactions.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Lorette is actually a convicted felon and is forbidden by law to own firearms based on previous felony convictions?
As stated previously, I have not had an interaction with Kevin Lorette.
Okay, so at the time that you were conducting your investigation, you were not aware that Mr. Lorette was not allowed to own weapons and prohibited by law to do so?
I did not run Kevin Lorette's name through our CAT system.
But yet, there was a charge of attempted murder levied against the defendant. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm just simply asking
Same.
whether or not a... Okay, yes, sir.
May rephrase the question.
Assistant Chief Sparks, the police report, it includes a charge of attempted murder. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's a serious charge. Would you agree?
Extremely serious.
Is it normal in the course of your investigation to not check whether individuals are allowed to possess firearms legally?
That was not my duty on that scene.
I'm sorry, sir. You're the assistant chief. Is that correct?
Correct. I was not the scene manager.
But you were the ranking officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as the ranking officer, would you agree that it is your responsibility to ensure that other officers are following standard operating procedure at all times?
That is the case under these parameters.
Assistant Chief Sparks, would you say, based on what you now know about Mr. Lorette and the circumstances of the shooting, that perhaps a very important fact of Mr. Lorette's illegal possession may have in fact been an important fact in this case that was missed in this investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Lorette is not on trial.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Chief Sparks, would you agree or disagree that knowing whether or not an individual is part of a shooting and whether or not that individual was allowed or legally allowed to possess a weapon would have been an important fact in this case?
It probably would have only resulted in another arrest.
So if the defendant
in this
happened to
case.
have a situation, if the defendant had informed you that they were defending themselves against another individual and that individual in question happened to have a weapon on their person illegally, would that alter the perception of whether or not there was a truthfulness on one side or the other?
Based on your client's own statements, he lied to us on scene.
And what exactly did he lie to you about, Assistant Chief Sparks? I'm sorry, I must have missed that part.
He said he was defending himself at all times.
Well, I just showed you CCTV footage in which you yourself agreed that the individual in arms appeared to fire first. Is that an inaccurate statement?
Objection, leading.
Mr. Montgomery, let's keep our questions short, concise, no compounds.
Yes, Your Honor, I do apologize. Assistant Chief Sparks, I'll make this as simple as I can. So, based on the CCTV footage that you saw, which individual, to the best of your ability, fired the first shot?
Best of my ability, as you showed it, person in orange fired the first shot.
And in your experience as a law enforcement officer dealing with shooting situations, if an individual fires a weapon at another individual, say individual 1 fires a shot at individual 2, does individual 2 at that point have a legal right to defend themselves against a threat of immediate severe harm or potential death?
The individual has the right to defend themselves.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Will the prosecution be redirected?
Yes.
Was not expecting
Since we're going to go ahead and bring up the video evidence that you so found, Chief, we want to go ahead and show all of the evidence instead of paused frames on only 1 out of 3 video clips that were shown. Now, Chief Sparks, I asked you which took place first, the firing on top of the Lucky Plucker or the firing in the alleyway. I'm going to ask again, which incident took place first in the timeline?
We're after Max Edge, Chad.
In the timeline, it was the shots fired on top of the Lucky Plucker.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull that video up. Give me one moment.
So I know that I'm not sure exactly how the perception is of what's happening right now. All I will tell you is that Max Edge is going to be the one that we are interested in. He was the arresting officer. He was the one who was first on scene.
Fired at the Lucky Plucker.
He's also the one who has had encounters with Beanie Moore and Kevin Lorette. Now they're going to object and say, well, they're not on trial. It's like, but their witness statements are inside of the police report, and their credibility as a witness is absolutely on trial.
It should be noted that the black figure is at the top of the Lucky Plucker. I'm going to rewind it just so that you can watch that play again.
My defense is primarily on Max Edge, and so I was not aware that Sparks actually spoke to anybody or was the other person to review this footage, so I'm significantly less concerned. What he did is he identified in that second video that Luca Changretta was indeed defending himself. That's the only footage of him actually shooting at any specific person. I got a watch alert for abnormally high heart rate. Dude, my heart is like pounding over here.
Chief Sparks, can you tell me in your own words what we just saw on that video?
We saw an individual with some kind of firearm aim shooting from the top of the Lucky Plucker, getting off the building to the rear and fleeing the scene.
Right. That's all you saw.
And could you say in that video you could identify if it was a pistol or a rifle that was being fired off of the Lucky Plucker?
From the exact distance, I cannot tell the exact rifle, but it appears to be a two-handed firearm, which appears to be a rifle.
Gotcha. The photo I'm showing now is from, that would be whose vehicle?
Beanie Moore's.
Beanie Moore's. Okay, so we do see that the rifle caliber impacts, the ballistics would match the direction of the Lucky Plucker.
Yes, as she stated, the vehicle was oriented to the left side facing the Lucky Plucker.
Thank
you. Okay.
This would be a photo of the clothing store. Does this also reflect the same shooting off of the Lucky Plucker?
Yes, it does.
Now we're going to go ahead and watch in full the second video that the defense attorney had played only parts of. I'm not going to pause it. I'm going to let it play in full, and then I've got questions about it.
Oh, my apologies, chat. I think I still have the Discord screen in front of everybody. Sorry about that. Let's see. You've got a point. Should have done a better investigation, missing out on crucial bits like that, but they've been ran off of their feet. Yep, your browser's covering the screen. Sorry about that. Wait, was the last Luca... When was Luca Mirandized? Sounds like it happened after he was questioned. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's something I plan to bring up.
All right. In your own words, can you
I'm
describe
not.
to me
I'm
what
not
we just
asking
saw
it to
in this
Sparks
video?
because he's not the one who
We saw
dealt
an
with
individual in all black
Luca.
and the individual in orange come into contact from around a blind corner to each other, engaging in what appears to be some kind of confrontation before guns are fired.
This took place after the Lucky Plucker firing, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that sometimes the cameras do not show how people are positioned correctly, whether or not they're standing up or laying down?
Correct.
So during this moment, let me rewind. Is it possible in this moment that the person later identified as Kevin is actually laying down on this ground and at this moment?
Judging by the angle, yes, it appears he is.
Possible.
So would it be
Possible is
safe
not good enough, chat.
to assume that he was down on the ground and being shot at?
It would be safe to assume.
Could it be a possibility that perhaps the defendant was simply shooting at his toes?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll withdraw that question.
Not letting them get away with that.
We're going to go ahead and look at the third video. Just
We're not going to
because it
speculate.
was
I probably should have objected sooner, but... The third video is just him running away. It's nothing. It's him fleeing.
Chief Sparks, can you tell me what we were seeing in that
Pretty
video?
reasonable thing for someone to do, right?
The individual in black running away from what appears to be the scene of the shooting with the Kevin.
Isn't that weird? I mean, then he calls police.
Was the individual armed as he was running away?
I couldn't see it.
So he called police. So
It's okay. It started. Do you recall when you reviewed it in person if he was armed?
I did not review that section on the day and time.
Okay.
That's why
I'm gonna
it's It's be different.
No worries. So I'm going to go ahead and show another picture of the scene where Kevin was found.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this jet. Making sure.
So here is that same exact area, the one casing that was found that belonged to an unregistered firearm. This has the firearms, the casings that belong to Luca Changretta's firearms, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Here we see what exactly?
You see blood spatter as well as small caliber impact points.
So we're going after Max because Kevin Lorette was not part of the initial report as a victim. Beanie Moore was.
That is the end of the things that I wish to show there.
So
when putting together the three
there's
pieces
massive
of video
discrepancies in the
evidence,
report.
could you recite for me in a timeline what the video evidence shows us?
Based on our investigation, it shows it on top of the Lucky Plucker engaged individuals across the street, the clothing store, and fled the scene. And then while those individuals were running from the scene or running across the street to look at something, he came back into the area and re-engaged them.
Your Honor, objection. None of this information is visible on that CCTV footage.
Sustained, unless there is hard evidence aside from testimony.
Right, I'm just asking him to recite what he sees on these three videos together in a time.
You don't see any of that.
Officer Sparks, let's keep the information to what is visible on said video, please.
Okay.
You see someone shooting.
From the beginning of the
you see two people shooting at each other. One shooting at Luca first, and then Luca defending himself. And then the third video is him running away. There's nothing there, Jack. There's nothing there.
Towards the clothing store, and getting off the roof and running away.
The first video is the one that is the most damning.
Second video, you show.
However, we have nothing about what happened prior to that.
Kevin, and then coming into a scuffle of some kind, and Kevin being shot. Where he then flees the scene again, heading towards the billboard.
No, there's nothing there. Nothing there.
Which is the same billboard we ran into Luca Changretta.
Right. Was exactly what he said. His story matches.
Ms. Lagrange?
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Grunge might have just crashed.
Nope.
Yes. All right. Court will call a 10-minute recess.
Fucking A.O.
We will reconvene at 11:12 p.m. Central Time.
All right.
Mr. Changretta, do you want to step outside briefly?
Yeah, let's get it.
Great. We'll take this opportunity. Okay, let's take it outside, sir.
You're killing it, dog.
Oh, all right. All right. Let's find a nice spot to sit. All right. So Mr. Changretta, as you can see right now, we have holes in the investigation.
Oh yeah, you're fucking slaying them.
We have an incomplete CCTV footage now. I want to put your mind at ease. I was actually not aware that Assistant Chief Sparks actually was the person who had conducted some of the on-scene investigations, nor that he actually saw Mr. Lorette's dead body splayed
that's
out.
Amazing.
So
yeah, that's amazing.
what I'm waiting for, sir, is I'm waiting for Captain Max Edge because he is the one who was the arresting officer. He was in charge of the report. And I plan to hang the discrepancies as well as.
Why wouldn't they search that white car?
Well, that is also going to come up. So with the fact that was something that I was waiting for, because up until that point nobody had actually directly dealt with the individuals in question. Now, as you saw, Miss Beanie Moore is here.
Yeah.
And because she is specifically listed as a witness in the report, now they're going to try and object as many times as they can to claim that Rage Eternal ADI, thank you so much for cheering for the 200 bits, but they're going to try and claim that, these individuals are not in question. But Miss Moore, in particular, is mentioned in this report, and there are also 2 reports in particular that Captain Edge was personally, he was personally part of and was responsible for levying charges against those individuals, both Kevin and Beanie, that would have made them ineligible for owning firearms. So if anybody on the scene was aware of the fact that those 2 were prohibited possessors, it would absolutely have been Captain Edge. And the fact that they were not searched, they were not checked because of a shooting situation, regardless of whether they thought they were victims or not, we're going to show that essentially there was a problem and that they had decided to hang it all around your neck.
Correct.
Other than that, sir, I would say just stick to the notes that we discussed. I am still unsure whether or not they are going to dismiss this case. There's entirely possible the judge is going to let this roll. So what we are going to do is we're going to focus exclusively on what is not seen in that footage, specifically the events that took place before you had found yourself on top of the Lucky Plucker and firing rifle shots. However, we are not going to do the work of the prosecution to fill in the gaps between that time and the 3.5 minutes that you found Mr. Lorette. I'm not going to ask you about it. Now, the prosecution may ask you about it. And
Found me, to be honest with you, I almost shit my pants.
Well, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Remember, we're going to stick to the script that you shot to stop the threat, that Mr. Lorette came at you with a weapon, and that you defended yourself. The fact that I was kind of surprised to hear Commander Yang, who I believe may have actually perjured himself on the witness stand, claim that it is common for criminals involved in gunplay to have registered weapons. I've not.
Absolutely
That seems
expert testimony. That's a captain.
Yeah, that is really, really frightening to hear the commander as a department head on the stand saying, yes, in fact, most of the time criminals that engage in gunplay do in fact have registered weapons that they use. That is entirely strange.
Insane.
So I plan to ask the captain the same question, and we'll see what he says. Obviously, Commander Yang incorrectly identified your firearm, so we can show that he doesn't have good recollection of the scene. That's a pretty major oversight as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they weren't as prepared as you, were they?
Well, I mean, what they have on their side, of course, is this presumption that somehow, because they have CCTV of you firing a rifle on top of a building, that somehow that automatically makes you guilty. But what they are failing to realize is their entire testimony of what happened before and after the event is going to be dependent on individuals who have quite a criminal rap sheet and they themselves not allowed to have firearms. So I'm waiting for Captain Edge to be on the stand, and that's why I feel you're going to see the majority of the defense unfold. And then at that point, once we redirect onto the defense, I will call Miss Beanie Moore, and I intend to not only speak about her record as a criminal, but also about her feelings about you personally. And I will paint a picture that she is essentially full of hatred and does not like you and was interested in shooting you. And we'll just go from there. I don't plan to have her on there very long, and I'll let the defense the prosecution hang their neck around her testimony and then hammer her with it. So, all right, sir, let's go ahead and head back on in. Hopefully they didn't fucking meta that shit. Hello, deputies.
How's it going, sir? I'm gonna frisk you real quick. Make sure you didn't go.
Yes, sure. Go ahead. Just don't take any of my tacos. I'm gonna need those for later.
I'll leave all your tacos, sir. You're good to go.
Thank you, gentlemen.
If I took
Appreciate
one,
it.
I'd write you a receipt.
Oh, thank you so much.
Doesn't really have to do anything. We're kind of good. They're about to fucking perjure themselves.
Chet, let's hear it, buddy. How do we feel about things so far? Damn, looks like Kansas gonna make the trial. Oh shit!
Any timeline? They just made up a timeline. It sounds like.
Correct.
How's everybody feeling so far?
Hasn't been challenged.
Am I doing okay for my very first FiveM trial? I've never even played a lawyer on TV. I don't have
The
any
timeline's
idea what
already
I'm
in
doing.
Discovery. It's like time stamped. The videos.
I mean, they both said 8 minutes something seconds.
I'd hire you. Hell yeah, dude.
Really?
I honestly want to. If there's anything that I would love to see come out of this trial chat, I simply want people to see that a criminal defense is absolutely possible. Like we all know what Changretta was doing.
That's just
Don't we, chat? We all know what Eastside hooligans were doing, right? We all know what was happening. We all know what took place. But it's not about what you know; it's about what you can prove. And when I started reviewing this case, I was like, "Holy shit! We might actually be able to win this."
I'm gonna be real sure I don't understand any of this. I'm just gonna go up there and do me.
Oh, they're calling you up. It's calling you
Oh,
up.
I'm sure.
Anybody?
You fucking kidding me? Yeah, they're gonna grill me.
Make sure you take like a couple seconds before you answer. You know.
That's good. That's good advice from Moretti. Yeah, don't answer right away.
Take a couple seconds.
So we're going to go so far. Like we have to address the intent aspect of it.
That's the kind of shit I do need in my
So
corner
when
right
I get to max edge,
it's a simple
I'm hoping that's when I'm hoping that's when things are going to start to really unfold, because everything up until this point is people who are not intimately familiar with what happened. Of course,
I just think it's crazy how sloppy
none of
these
them are actually
motherfuckers
intimately familiar. That's sort of the aspect of it.
When recess.
Still, we don't have cursing in here.
Almost, I think
it's a respectable place.
I'm whispering.
Still,
so we're gonna go through and we're gonna address. Stop! You're ruining our immersion. Yes, exactly. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I know. I'm gonna have a hard time.
That's the beauty of it, right? Is these things are not clear cut. So even from a criminal perspective, even if you're like, oh my god,
no matter what happens,
oh my god, dude, I got there's this or that, dude. You have no idea what you have no idea what evidence the police may or may not have. You have no idea whether or not there's body cam. You have no idea whether they're gonna remember. Now I gotta tell you.
Yeah, and second.
I thought about really playing hardball and asking for the full unedited CCTV footage to see if I get it, and if I didn't, I was going to ask for a continuance until I got it, and I was going to drag. I thought about dragging this thing out, but
I've been killed twice
it's been scheduled, you know, and we really. I know that the purpose of this really was to kind of springboard the Department of Justice in front of everybody so that people can see, oh, wow, like court RP is actually something that could be possible, and it actually could be kind of fun as opposed to pleading guilty to everything. Like, plead not guilty, get an attorney, try and fight the case. Maybe you lose, in which case, I mean, you still get some great RP out of it, which is ultimately what we're here for. But maybe you win. Maybe there's a plea bargain, right? Maybe the attorney finds some holes in the case or finds some procedure wasn't followed. Like calling out Sparks on his lack of making sure that, you know, you guys saw how Sparks tried to like pass the buck.
That's what I'm talking
about. Oh, well, it wasn't my scene. It wasn't my scene. Right, but you're the ranking officer. It's your job to make sure people are following SOP.
And I was like,
even if you're not the arresting officer or the responding officer, there's still that obligation. And so the fact that none of the quote unquote victims were searched, the fact that they weren't checked for weapons, the fact that at least 2 of the known individuals are prohibited possessors of firearms, including one that we're going to see as a witness, that's a big deal. And so what we're trying to assess is that the police targeted Changretta because he was the least threatening person in the environment.
That'll be
beautiful. That's why I just said we're not gonna fucking say a word. We don't. Not a fucking word.
Not a fucking word.
Just yesterday I was shot down, and they fucking got me up and searched me.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Not this guy.
Yeah. Not kidding.
Yeah, it seems like they like to search your friends and then let Kevin and them
exactly
do as they
exactly.
Yeah, we get searched, they don't.
Right.
I know, it's all good.
So that's why we're going to be like, wait a minute. So
hopefully this changes some shit, though.
You've had, because Max Edge has specifically been the arresting officer with both Beanie and Kevin in the past. He knows they're prohibited possessors. So it's like you find them in a shooting situation and you didn't bother to check if they had weapons at all? Like, don't you think that's kind of odd?
Carlo, we can see how sloppy they are because they're not going to search everybody that comes in.
They did me.
They'd be like, you know, so we're gonna go to we're gonna talk about.
17, I'm rolling to the backside.
He didn't have.
didn't
He
search me the
didn't
first
witness
time.
what happened prior to that camera footage.
How
So
sloppy
we're gonna ask. Like, so
No.
basically,
That's how
all you
sloppy they
know
are, man.
about what
I
took
got it
place
both
before
times.
that first camera footage
Oh my
ran
God.
was what witnesses told you, and he'll be like, yes, okay. So. You've had encounters with these people before. Are they known to shoot police? So if they're known to shoot police, could we, you know, is it possible that they would also have no problem shooting other people? And they're going to be like speculation. I was like, and I'm going to have to be like, Your Honor, I'm
Yeah, we
simply
got people
asking
coming in.
if the line of logic is possible. I'm not asking if it actually happened. I'm saying, is it possible that that happened? So we have to paint a picture that the scene that happened before that camera turned on was not what it appears to be, which is just Luca on top of a building shooting at people, but that there was actually something else happening prior to that that prompted him to shoot. That prompted him to shoot. And hopefully I can structure this just right.
When you're ready.
Hopefully I can structure this just right, Chad. Because the case is going to hinge on whether or not I can...
All right. All rise for the Honorable Judge Hudson.
Whether or not I can get Captain Edge to respond the way that I want him to.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We will continue with the prior testimony that was in progress.
I was finished after he recapped, Your Honor. Your Honor, I was finished after his recap, so if the court heard the recap, then I'm complete.
I don't think he recapped.
Very well.
Oh.
Mr. Montgomery, will you be redirecting?
We will not be redirecting this time, Your Honor. I don't have any questions for Sparks.
Very well. Defense may call next witness.
Captain Edge. Oh, God, she crashed again?
Mr. Montgomery?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I thought that is the prosecution rested?
Correct. We have no further witnesses to call forward.
Yes, very well.
Okay, Your Honor, my apologies. Is Captain Edge present with us today?
No, he was not able to attend.
Okay, understood. All right, Your Honor, I would like to call Miss Beanie Moore to the stand, please.
Miss Moore, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
I was really hoping to go after
All right, ma'am,
Max
go ahead.
Edge, but apparently we're
Okay,
gonna.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore, if you wouldn't mind speaking up a little bit for the court. It's a terrible acoustics in this room, a little hard to hear you.
Yeah, you're okay. I raised my voice.
Thank you very much.
All right, hello, Miss Moore. Thank you for attending court today. I'm sorry it's under such difficult circumstances, but I'm hoping to have you in and out of here as soon as possible. For the purpose of the court, can you please state your full name, please?
My name is Beanie Moore.
Okay, Miss Moore. And were you present at the area of the Lucky Plucker on or about June 20th of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and while you were there, did you happen to have an encounter with Mr. Luca Changretta?
No.
Okay, and who did you have an encounter with at that location, Miss Moore?
The officers in the EMS picking up my dead boyfriend.
Okay, and what is the name of your boyfriend, ma'am?
Mr. Lorette.
Okay, Mr.
Kevin.
Lorette. So prior to Mr. Lorette becoming seriously injured, what were you doing over at that location? What brought you there?
I'm a girl. I was shopping for clothes.
Okay, you were shopping with clothes, and was there anyone else that you were with that day?
Yes, I was with my boyfriend, Mr. Lorette, when my car was shot at.
Okay, all right. And besides you and Mr. Lorette, were there any other individuals that were with you there that day?
Yes, I did. Somebody showed up when there was a distress call from my boyfriend.
Okay, and do you happen to know the name of that person?
Yes, Mr. Hagen.
Mr. Hagen. Okay. So at the time that that your boyfriend was shot, was Mr. Hagen on the scene?
No, sir.
Okay. And then to your best of your recollection, Miss Moore, was Mr. Hagen ever shot at in any time that he was at that location?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but at least he was not present initially. That's correct.
No, not when I found my boyfriend on the ground.
Okay, and besides Mr. Hagen, you said that there was another individual. Is that right?
My boyfriend, Kevin Lorette.
Okay, so just 3 people, just yourself, Mr. Lorette, and then Mr. Hagen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm so sorry, Miss Moore. My arithmetic is failing me here. So there's only 3 of you that were there that particular time, correct?
At which particular time, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. At the time that Mr. Lorette was shot.
I mean, I'm a little confused because at the time Lorette was shot, it was Lorette that was shot.
Okay, so it was just you and Mr. Lorette when he was shot, and then Mr. Hagen showed up later. Is that correct, Miss Moore?
Both Kevin and I were present when my vehicle was shot at. Nobody was present as we saw the camera footage when my boyfriend was shot and put down.
So after Mr. Lorette was shot, then the Los Santos Police Department, several officers showed up on scene. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there with the officers in total?
And when can I, like, while my boyfriend was down? Or
Well, while your boyfriend was
while they were
down
investigating.
and your investigation, were you there the entire time?
Yes, sir. My car was shot at. I
Okay.
had to be present so they could look at it.
Okay. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Moore, and I know it's difficult to relive some of these memories. About how long in total do you think that you were at that location prior to the shooting, during the shooting, and afterwards? I'm just trying to get a sense of how long everybody was there.
Mr. Lorette and I were probably at the clothing store for a good 5 to 10 minutes when my vehicle was shot at. It took officers a couple of minutes to respond when his body was found, and officers did investigate for a good 10 and 15 minutes. They were tracing casings and bullet shots.
Okay. And at no point a 4th individual that, you were friends with or that your boyfriend was friends with, there was no 4th individual that showed up at that location. Is that correct?
No, sir, other than the officers.
Okay. All right. Miss Moore, are you aware of the charges that are being levied against the defendant today?
If you'd like to reiterate them again, that'd be great, but I am aware that he does have a couple, yes.
Yes, ma'am. He's charged with 4 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of reckless operation of a firearm, 1 count of felony vandalism, and then 1 count of discharging a firearm within city limits.
Okay.
That is why I'm asking today. Have you encountered the defendant, Mr. Changretta, at any point prior to the incident on the 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Is this, are you well acquainted? Did you guys meet as in friendly terms, or would you say that you met in unfriendly terms? Could you describe those previous meetings, Miss Moore?
I would say we've met in both friendly and unfriendly terms.
Okay.
I will say he has let me drive his car. That was cool.
Well, I definitely would say that someone letting you drive their car would definitely be friendly terms, but you have had unfriendly term meetings with Mr. Changretta as well.
Yes.
So on the date of the incident in which Mr. Lorette had been shot, do you recall whether or not anybody in your group fired back in response or defended themselves?
Other than the video cam that was provided by the
Your Honor,
footage.
objection. The witness was not present during the shooting.
Your Honor, I'm willing to submit the official police report in which Captain Edge took a witness statement from Miss Moore indicating that she was indeed on scene and a witness.
Objection overruled.
Surprise, bitch! I'm so sorry, Miss Moore. So I just want to reiterate, at any point during the investigation from the police officers, did an officer speak to you about what you saw?
I'm so sorry. Could you reiterate that?
Yes, ma'am. So during the incident involving Mr. Lorette being shot, police officers arrived on scene and began their investigation. During their investigation, Miss Moore, did any of them speak to you about what you saw?
I'm afraid I'm not fully understanding the question.
Did an officer ask you, Miss Moore, what you saw in regards to the shooting on the 20th of June? Did they take a witness statement from you?
I'm not 100% sure. I know they did ask me for the entirety of the scene, not specifically to the shooting.
Okay. So do you recall what you said to the officer in terms of your statement about what you saw?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point during the shooting situation involving your vehicle, did any members of your group fire weapons of their own?
No, sir.
Were you aware that Mr. Lorette was carrying a firearm on him at the time?
Yes, sir. You see the streets that we live in. Somebody has to protect us.
Okay. Were you carrying a firearm at that time, Miss Moore?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, if it would please the court, is it okay if I read directly from the police report regarding Miss Moore's statement, just to refresh your memory?
I'll allow it, yes.
Okay. Just 1 second, Miss Moore. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you. Okay, Miss Moore. I'm going to be reading directly from the report that the arresting officer filed as part of this case, and he has here under victim's statement saying Beanie stated her and two of her friends were changing clothes at the clothing store. Her car was parked out front. Then she got in her vehicle and was shot at from across the street. Now, Miss Moore, so far, what I've read, does that sound accurate based on your recollection of events?
Yeah, there were several shots fired.
Okay, I'll continue. Her friends and her took cover and then pulled firearms out to defend themselves. Do you recall that happening, Miss Moore?
No, sir.
Okay, Miss Moore, I want to remind you that you are under oath right now. Do you recall giving that witness statement to the officer?
I did not pull my firearm, and I wasn't present when Kevin did, but we were aware that he had one and that shots were fired.
You did not pull your firearm, Miss Moore? Is that what you said?
I did not have one. I was frisked.
I'm sorry, Miss Moore. I just want to clarify. You did not pull your firearm, or you did not have a firearm on you, ma'am?
I was frisked. I did not have one.
Oh, okay. I wasn't asking if you were frisked. I just wanted to ask if you had a firearm at that day.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to cut in here real quick just for some voir dire. Ms. Moore, to clarify, you are stating that you did not at any point have a weapon on you during this entire engagement.
I might have had an airsoft gun. I do carry that. We go out, but at no point was I with a weapon out. No.
Understood. And how many individuals were with you when your car was fired?
Only 3!
It was Kevin and I, and then Mr. Hagan was on his way, I believe.
The 4 counts of attempted murder with 3 people? How the fuck do you get that?
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Moore, I'm going to go ahead and finish reading the statement that the officer took as part of this report. I'll just reiterate what I said, saying, here the statement says, her friends and her took cover and then pulled firearms out to defend themselves. She, which I believe is referring to you, Miss Moore, stated her gang did not let that fly, so they went across the street to see who was firing. Miss Moore, are you part of a gang, ma'am?
I wouldn't call it a gang, sir.
Okay, and what would you call it exactly?
I have family and friends that I depend on to protect
Objection,
me.
Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm trying to determine the credibility of this witness, and if she was part of a gang, I feel that that's going to be pertinent to her statement and credibility. Overruled.
Objection overruled.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Moore, I'll finish reading the rest of the statement, then we can converse
Your
about...
Honor, further objection. Ms. Moore, again, is not on trial. Mr. Changretta is on trial.
Your Honor, the entirety of what took place prior to the CCTV footage is based... the prosecution's case is primarily based on the witness statement from Ms. Moore, and it is part of the original testimony. I am trying to get to the truthfulness of the matter, since there seems to be a discrepancy of truthfulness between Ms. Moore's statements and what is in this report. That is why I'm questioning her about it.
Understood. Objection is again overruled. Ms. Moore may not be on trial here, but her credibility as a witness can be called into question.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'm going to object further. The questions about the police report should be asked of LSPD, not the witness. She did not write the report.
That is sustained.
All right, Ms. Moore. So I'm just going to continue with a couple of clarification points here.
Absolutely, sir.
So after Mr. Lorette was attended to by EMS, do you happen to recall giving any description of the individual that you saw firing shots to you?
All black.
Okay, all black. And at no point at any time during this encounter where you were being shot at, did any of the individuals you were with have firearms on them or shoot their firearms? Is that accurate?
I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to clarify as to when.
So while you were being shot at, Miss Moore, while your car was being shot at, did you or any individuals in your group fire firearms of their own?
Not from the clothing store, no, sir.
All right, thank you, Miss Moore. No further questions, Your Honor. That's going to be a waste.
Free to return.
Honestly,
Ms. Moore, we'll have some
Oh, go for it. Go for it. If you'd like to ask her.
You're good. No, by all
I
means.
have no further questions for.
now the only problem is I didn't get to
If there are no
cross-examine
further
Max
questions from the
Edge.
prosecution, Ms. Moore, you are dismissed. Please remain in the audience in case you are called again.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, the defense would like to call Luca Changretta to the stand.
Mr. Changretta, you supposed to tell the truth.
The
whole
fact
truth,
that
nothing
Max
but the
Edge
truth,
wasn't
so help you
here
God.
kind of
Yes,
blows
sir.
my whole case because
Go ahead,
he
Mr.
was
Chairman.
written by the report. Hello, Mr. Changretta. How is your evening going so far, sir?
Pretty hectic.
Understood. Mr. Changretta, I'm going to have some questions about the incident that took place on the 20th of June. Do you recall the incident in question, sir?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Changretta, and you are aware of the...
Mr. Changretta, I would ask that you answer the affirmative on, or I do not recall.
I don't fully remember every single thing that happened, but I remember chunks, you know what I mean? So it was a couple days ago.
You are familiar with the incident enough to answer a few questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Changretta, you're also aware of the charges that are levied against you. Is that right?
Yes.
You are currently facing 4 counts of attempted murder. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you find it strange, Mr. Changretta, that you're facing 4 counts of attempted murder, yet we only seem so far to have heard
Objection, leading question.
Sustained.
Mr. Changretta, so far the testimony today, how many individuals have you heard were actually on scene, not including yourself?
3.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Changretta. Now, Mr. Changretta, we saw CCTV footage of a individual dressed in black on top of the Lucky Plucker firing a rifle. But something happened before that incident, didn't it, sir?
Yes.
Could you walk us through the events that took place prior to you being seen on top of that roof firing your rifle, sir?
I was down on Grove Street looking to buy houses, and I was fired from a car.
You were fired from a car?
Yeah, somebody in a car shot at me.
What, if you had to describe the car, what did the car look like, sir?
Like a white Charger, Challenger maybe.
And when this car fired upon you, where were you at that time?
I was some over by Grove Street, and then right by the clothing store, basically, like when you pull up into it.
Now, what were you dressed at? What were you wearing at that time, Mr. Changretta?
Oh, I don't remember.
Well, would it be fair to say that you were covered head to toe in black, sir?
Well, for sure, probably.
Okay.
Yes.
So, were you trying to conceal your identity at that time, Mr. Changretta?
Yes.
And why was that, sir?
I was threatened.
You were threatened by who, sir?
Felt threatened.
You were
People were shooting at me all day.
Do you know who specifically was shooting at you, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any particular characteristics of the people who shot at you that would make you think that you were threatened at the incident that we are discussing on the 20th?
They look like a gang.
Can you clarify that,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Changretta?
objection. What exactly does a gang look like?
Objection sustained.
Definitely.
Mr. Changretta, were there any common characteristics between the individuals that were shooting at you, things that they shared that might identify that they were
They
traveling
wear
together?
orange.
They were wearing
They were all
orange.
wearing orange. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the car in question was a white Dodge Charger, is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes.
Had you seen that car before at any point?
Yeah, all the time.
And was that car present in any instances where you were shot at previously?
Not that I can remember.
So this was the first time that you had seen that particular vehicle?
No, I've seen the vehicle before. I was cordial with Beanie before.
But
I believe she was driving that.
But something changed on the 20th, didn't it, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what changed, Mr. Changretta?
I honestly don't know what changed. I started getting shot at.
So you got shot at. Was that before or after the initial CCTV footage where you were on top of the Lucky Plucker, sir?
Before.
It was before. So how did you end up on top of that building, Mr. Changretta?
I ran and hid.
You ran and hid. And why did you do that, sir?
Because I didn't want to get shot.
You didn't want to get shot. Would it be a fair assessment to say, Mr. Changretta, that you felt your life was at stake?
Absolutely. Yes.
So once you found yourself on top of the Lucky Plucker, Mr. Changretta, do you deny firing your rifle at that vehicle?
No.
And why did you shoot your rifle at that vehicle, sir?
To defend myself from immediate danger.
And in your recollection at the time, what did you feel the immediate danger was?
That the car was going to keep shooting at me.
The car was going to keep shooting at you, so...
The people in the car were going to keep shooting at me.
So individuals were inside the vehicle firing at you?
Yes.
And then you fired back, is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, Mr. Changretta, did you fire 100 rounds?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe so. Well, let's be specific.
I have no idea. I don't count the rounds as I let them out.
Well, there were 4 casings found at the scene, so would you say you fired at least 4 times?
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the vehicle that you struck?
No, not really, no.
So once you fired your rifle, what did you do next, Mr. Changretta?
I turned around to run away from the Lucky Plucker so I didn't get shot.
Now, at some point, you made a phone call. Isn't that right, Mr. Changretta?
Yes.
And who did you call, sir?
After, the police.
You
LSPD.
called LSPD. And what did you tell LSPD on the phone?
That somebody just tried to stick me up and kidnap me, and I shot them.
And what did
I ran away.
And what did the individuals at LSPD say in response?
First, they told me that I'd have to call back and hung up on me. And then I waited like 3 minutes and called back.
So let me clarify that you called LSPD, explained that your life was in danger, and they told you to call back.
Yes.
Okay. Did you call them back at any point in this
Yes.
situation?
Yes.
And who did you speak to, Mr. Changretta?
I am not sure.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
you
sure.
spoke to a officer.
Absolutely. Yes.
What did you tell that officer?
That I was hiding on top of a billboard, and I had just discharged my legal firearms, and that there's a good chance that I'm going to get shot up, and I need help.
And Mr. Changretta, you have a Class 4 license, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And the weapons that you were carrying that day were both legally registered to you, correct?
Yes.
And at no point did you hide the fact that you had weapons on you, sir?
No, I told the cops immediately that I was carrying, just so nothing happened.
So we saw a second piece of CCTV footage in which you, apparently all dressed in black, encountered an individual wearing an orange in color hoodie. Do you recall that footage, sir?
Yeah.
And what happened in that altercation, Mr. Changretta?
I ran around the corner, putting my gun out. Oh my God. Putting my gun back away after I was leaving the Lucky Plucker, so I didn't accidentally fire it. And the guy, I don't even know who it was. The guy in orange came around the corner and told me to put my hands up, and then called me a name. And then I did not do that. I ran and tackled him, and then I shot him a couple times and ran away to escape danger.
Now, when he told you to put your hands up, what was he doing at that time?
Pointed a gun at me, a huge gun.
Yeah, so he had a gun pointed at you at that moment and told you to put your hands up?
Yes.
At that moment, can you tell me, and I know this is difficult, sir, because this is a traumatic situation. How did you feel at that moment?
Leading question.
I'm sorry, Ms. LaGrange, one more time.
I said objection, leading question.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Mr. Changretta, at the moment that you had a gun pointed at your head and you were told to put your hands up, were you afraid, sir?
Yeah, I panicked.
And when you panicked, what did you do next?
I tackled the subject and then I shot him and ran.
So you tackled him and then you shot the subject. Why did you shoot him, Mr. Changretta?
Because he had a big gun. He was going to shoot me.
So
I was scared for my life.
You were afraid for your life, and then you fired your weapon to do what, sir?
To get him away from me.
And after you fired your weapon, what did you do next?
I ran and called the cops.
Ran and called the police. So this would have been the second time you called the police, sir?
No, this is the first time.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I got my timeline correct. So after
this is the first time.
After the encounter with the orange subject, with the individual in the orange hoodie, have you ever seen that individual before, Mr. Changretta?
Maybe. No, not really, no.
Okay, so this isn't someone that you had known dealings with in the past.
No, I didn't even know his name until today.
And after you ran from that location, you called the police. What happened next?
They showed up and met me on the billboard that I was hiding on.
Okay, and after they met you on the billboard, did they take you into custody and detain you?
No. We were kind of cutting it up. He told me to come off the billboard, and I was like, okay. And then we were just down there talking for a minute, and I was like, hey, get me out of here. I just had to shoot. What are we doing? You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. And during this time, was anyone else on the scene detained?
I wouldn't know. I was way far away from everyone.
Okay, so you were isolated by yourself.
Yeah, I ran.
Okay, but at some point you were informed that you were being arrested. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Was anybody else besides yourself arrested?
No.
Was anybody else with you at that time, Mr. Changretta?
No.
So there were, as we heard today, the testimony from 3 individuals, and there was just yourself. You were all alone.
Yep.
Mr. Changretta, now we know based on testimony that Miss Beanie Moore was present at that location. Do you recall seeing her?
No.
At any point, Mr. Changretta, did you intend to kill anybody that was present at that location on the incident in question?
No.
Did you intend to inflict severe bodily harm on them at any point during that altercation?
Only when the gun was in my face and I had to.
Now, Mr. Changretta, do you currently have any felony convictions that you're aware of aside from the charges you are facing today?
No.
And have you dealt with LSPD in the past?
Yes.
And how would you describe your interactions with LSPD and the previous times you've dealt with them?
Cordial.
And have you ever been threatened with arrest of a felony?
No. Wait. I'm not sure. Maybe. No.
Okay, so...
Yes, I'm not sure.
One answer,
Your Honor,
please, Mr.
objection. Is
Chamberlain.
it yes
I don't
or
know.
no?
I don't know.
All right, but safe to say you have not been convicted of any felonies other than the charges that you're dealing with today, sir.
No.
All right, Mr. Changretta, after you were informed of being detained, is there anything of note that you remember happening after that?
I got extremely pissed off.
And why were you angry, sir?
Because nobody else was being detained, and I'm a legal citizen, and I just tried to get held up, and I called the cops. I got mad.
Okay. And have you called the police in the past when you've had situations where you felt afraid?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Changretta. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Prosecution, your witness.
Mr. Changretta, you mentioned prior that you were in the area of Grove Street.
Yes.
What was it you were doing in Grove Street again?
Trying to buy a house.
And did you start being threatened?
Yes.
At
well,
that
not
time.
Verbally.
Okay, explain how were you threatened?
Cars were rolling up on me slow. I ended up running away, and then I had shots fired at me.
So upon those shots being fired at you, did you call the police to inform them?
No, I did not.
Why did you not call the police to inform them?
I was running. I was scared. I just started taking off.
Why did you remain in the area instead of leaving the area?
I did leave the area. I was nowhere near Grove Street where this all happened.
All right. So you found
She's
yourself
talking about
at
the Lucky Plucker, though.
to hide.
I knew they were
correct?
going to ask
I
about
was
this.
actually running to the smoke shop right there. And
What
then,
brought
yeah,
you on?
I got cut off. Yeah. I was hiding
Easy,
up there. Yes.
easy, Changretta.
All right. Why did you shoot from the Lucky Plucker towards the clothing store and the car
Because there was shots being fired at me from that car.
at that current time?
Yes, yes.
Are you aware that no casings were found in the car, around the clothing store?
I was not aware.
Did you see muzzle flashes in that area?
What's that? I don't know what that is.
The flash of a gun?
There's no evidence.
Oh,
There's no
maybe,
evidence
I
of
don't
that, chat.
know.
There's nothing
No,
in the
I did
report
not.
that indicates that they searched the
I didn't
vehicle.
even know to look for a muzzle flash, to be honest with you. I didn't know that was a thing.
So you just heard the sound of shots being fired and you decided to
Oh.
fire upon the white
Oh,
car
no.
and the clothing store.
No, I saw them hit the Lucky Plucker building. When you get shot,
I don't know what to
closely,
do
you
here
kinda,
because
see
that none of that information is inside the report.
Okay.
There's nothing in the report
Did you
saying the
see
vehicle
them
was searched.
shooting from the clothing store and the white car at that time?
No. At that
So-
time, no.
All right. But you did shoot towards the towards the clothing
I-
store and the white car.
The
correct?
order of this is kind of off, and
Yes.
I didn't
Now,
expect
you
to
said you were being
be
held
redirected.
up
I don't know.
the moment when you ran around the corner and the two of you and the person in orange met face to face. You were saying you were being held up. You clearly had your weapon out in that video, and they did not at first. They were holding you up. Did they pull a weapon out while you still had yours out?
They did have their weapon out.
Uh-oh.
When you had neutralized the person that you felt threatened by, why did you continue to shoot them while they were down?
I did not. I tackled them and shot them a whole bunch and just ran. I didn't even realize they were down. I just tried to get out of there.
So you tackled them to the ground and you shot them while they were on the ground.
Yes.
Do you consider that an appropriate response to someone laying on the ground?
When they're saying, "You better run, bitch," yes.
No further questions.
I honestly, if he's convicted on this,
Defense like to redirect.
Yes, I would, Your Honor. One question, Mr. Changretta. In regards to the incident with the individual in the orange and colored hoodie, at the time when you tackled that individual and they were on the ground, did you still feel or perceive that individual to be a threat?
Absolutely.
And is that why you then pulled your pistol and discharged several rounds at the individual?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Your Honor, I'm just asking him if he shot the individual several times.
Kindly rephrase the question, Mr. Montgomery. For the record, a question asked of a witness cannot suggest an answer.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Just to clarify, Mr. Changretta, while that individual was on the ground, you still perceived them to be a threat.
Yes.
And you fired your weapon to stop that threat. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then after you felt that the threat had been sufficiently neutralized, you fled the area at that point. Is that correct?
I didn't feel the threat was sufficiently neutralized. I still had to flee.
But at that point, you
danger.
felt.
Yes.
But at that point, Mr. Changretta, you felt that it was safe enough for you to run away.
Objection
Correct.
leading. He's putting words in Lucas' mouth.
That's. I'm no further questions, Your Honor. I will withdraw the question. That's fine. Whatever.
Not much anything for the prosecution.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, just one question, if you don't mind.
Mr. Martinez?
Mr. Changretta, you said you were at Grove Street looking for property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said you have had circumstances in the past at Grove Street that caused you to fear for your life?
Yes.
Does it seem sensible to go back to that location so many times?
Your Honor, objection.
No,
Mr.
sir, I will-
Changretta is allowed to go wherever he wants, legally speaking.
I could still answer. No, sir, I will not be purchasing a house there anymore.
I don't believe that was the question. Objection is overruled. That is a valid question, Mr. Martinez.
Oh, come on, really?
Do you feel that it is sensible to continue going back to a location that you have felt threatened in previous times?
So what? He's somehow responsible for being shot at?
Nothing further.
Oh, come on. That's so cheap. Come on, Freddy.
Mr. Montgomery?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense risks.
Very well. Mr. Changretta, you are excused.
I can get up.
Maybe I can make closing statements here to kind of draw this together.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to see the defense and prosecution in my court, the judge's chambers. We'll be back with both of you.
After you, counsel.
No, it's like a fucking chair.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point where you would engage in any potential plea deals. I'll be excusing myself from the room. I'll give y'all how long you think you need to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
5-10 minutes. What do you feel will suffice?
We'll say 10 minutes at most.
Very well. I'll excuse myself. Y'all come on back out to the courtroom when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So the plea deal that I have created here for you. Give me one moment to pull this up.
Mm-hmm. I'm not thinking about... I mean, I'll present it to Changretta, but a plea deal at this late? This should have been probably something we did
Sir,
initially.
it keeps liking to uncheck my boxes that I clearly have filtered to pull the law report up. So give me a second. There.
Sure, take your time. Yeah, a plea deal would have been something that we would have done like before the trial.
So we would be willing, based on testimony from Beanie Moore, to drop the 4 charges of attempted murder to 2 charges, and we'll go ahead and drop felony vandalism and reckless operation of a firearm. We would just keep it to 2 counts of attempted murder and discharging a firearm within city limits.
So you'll drop all of the remaining charges in exchange for 2 counts of attempted murder.
And discharging a firearm within city limits, correct.
I will be happy to confer with my client, but I think we both understand that we've already got a massive discrepancy on the fact that there was 4 counts of attempted murder levied at my client prior to the proceeding, and clearly a testimony of only 3 individuals, of which apparently only 2 of them could have been identified. So there was a...
The reason why it was levied like that was because of the witness's testimony in the case stating her and 2 of her friends, and then the 4th person arriving on scene, which they got into a shootout with each other with. So that's where the 4 counts came from.
Of course.
Mr.
And of course,
I'm gonna remind you of one very, very specific item here. Your client shot at a car that had no
And a clothing.
I mean, what? He shot recklessly at a clothing store that had no fire coming towards him.
Well, we have no proof of
is
that.
the-
All you have is a CCTV footage that doesn't
we
show any of
absolutely
it.
have proof of that.
We have the proof the opposite. Yeah, we have proof that shots were fired at, no shots going towards the Lucky Plucker. No ballistics were found going towards the Lucky Plucker. There was no casings found on or around the car. Or
See, that's really
the
fascinating
clothing
that you
store.
mentioned that, because there's no mention inside of the police report or any of the officer testimony that the vehicle was searched or any kind of checks were made as to whether or not there were casings found in that car. That's a
It would
bit of
be
a stretch to
irrelevant
assume
if
that.
they didn't find evidence.
Correct.
Why would they
would have
put
only
that in
noted
there?
it if they found anything.
Oh, so
Correct.
the omission of an item in a report is an assumption that it happened? Isn't that a bit
Oh, okay.
reckless
Well,
on your
so
part?
so Mr. Montgomery, let me ask you a question. So if some kind of shooting happens, right? You expect the officers to go around and say, "Hey, it didn't happen at this address. It didn't happen at this address, but it happened at this address." They check every vehicle in that parking lot to verify that there's no evidence.
Well, considering there were at least 2 individuals on that scene that we clearly know based on the records were prohibited possessors, as well as a vehicle that had shots fired on it, yes, I would assume the officers would do their job. As we've clearly heard, there was already several missteps. Nobody bothered to even check if the other individuals had weapons, even though they were prohibited possessors in the middle of a firefight. This
That
seems
does sound
oddly
like a
odd to
problem
you,
with
doesn't it?
LSPD, not with your client. Your client made the mistake and
Correct.
shot.
At this
So that is
time,
correct. It is
at this,
not two wrongs make a right. You know.
the fact that y'all are trying to drop all the other remaining charges, I think, just emphasizes the weakness of your case. I do not believe that y'all have proved anything remotely close to intent to kill. Every step of the way, whether it was the LSPD officers or Mr. Changretta himself, have stated over and over again that he attempted to defend himself and flee the scene and made every possible chance and opportunity he could to try and involve law enforcement. Trying to pin intent to kill another human being on someone defending their own life, I
Minus
just
the
don't think
fact
you've
that
proven
your
that.
client did not go after he was supposedly shot at, which there's no evidence of, at Grove Street. He did not call the police. He ran several blocks away. That is not a close distance. That is a very extended distance that he supposedly ran and didn't have the time to call the police. But after everything was said and done and he shot someone, he called the police.
Well,
and I get the feeling that the reason that he did that is because his casings were on scene and they would have gotten a shots fired call.
Well, that is speculation, counsel. There's no evidence to that
Well,
fact.
Well, you speculate a lot with them being prohibited possessors means your client clearly was defending himself when there are no other casings, save for one, which we saw at the scene and discussed that, you know, quote unquote, they shot at each other.
None of the other officers testified to the fact that they searched the car. So as far as I can tell, if you're going to go with the omission of that being in the report as an indication they found nothing, that's certainly fine. Counsels, I do appreciate your time, but at this point, we are not going to be accepting any plea deal. I feel like you have an extraordinarily weak case, and I'm willing to take the chance that the judge is going to toss this. You have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of these situations happen.
It's a bad decision, but
all right,
so be it.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going for broke, chat. I think it's this way.
Have you come to an agreement?
Yes, sir. We'll be accepting no plea deal at this time.
Okay, Judge, you're ready.
Technically speaking, plea deal should have.
Mr. Montgomery, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Wonderful. I'll see you back out in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Is it this way? Oh. The doors. Oh, thank you. Thank you, counsel.
Did they inform you that the plea deal was reached?
They offered me a plea deal, Mr. Changretta. That was an insult. I told them we would not be taking it. They wanted to drop all of the charges except for 2 counts of attempted murder. I told them no.
Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Hudson.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a long trial. Regrettably, the court would like to call a few individuals up for questioning, just for clarification before issuing a verdict. Officer Yang, please retake the stand.
This ought to be interesting.
Officer Yang, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hopefully I get a closing statement, chat, because I got to wrap this up. I got to pull this all together because...
Officer Yang, I'm going to keep this brief for you. I would just like to recap a couple of items from your testimony. You indicated that Mr. Changretta did attempt to call LSPD. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
And to the best of your knowledge, was that before or after this shooting took place?
To my knowledge, it was after.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Does it
And
matter?
can
Well,
you
I don't know.
clarify once again how you canvassed the area? Just clarify your investigation for me.
Well, again, to reiterate, I wasn't formally part of, I would say maybe like 20% of the investigation.
If I'd have known that Max Edge wasn't
as when we
here,
got
chat,
there,
I would have
we made
probably
sure the
have
scene was
insisted the
safe.
entire police report
Then
be
we
tossed
started
as
our
hearsay.
investigation into
I would have just had the
shortly
whole
into the
report tossed
investigation, I
because
had
the
a
arresting
call from,
officer is not here.
Mr. Changretta,
And his report is
and
an
then
out
I
of
pulled
court
off of that investigation
is
to
out
go
of court
make sure
testimony.
that he was okay, and
I
get
had no
information from
idea that he wasn't going to be
situation.
present.
Understood. Thank you. And just to clarify once again, no other individuals on the scene were either questioned or given a Terry frisk, nothing of the sort. Is that correct?
They were questioned,
But they weren't frisked.
but I mean, legally speaking, a frisk is only if you have reasonable suspicion.
Yeah, being shot, being in a firefight as a
Understood. And at
known
that time,
gang
you did not
affiliate.
find there to be reasonable suspicion to frisk anyone else on the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Prosecution and defense, you do have another chance to cross-examine the witness.
Yeah, just if you don't mind, Your Honor, I just have one quick question. Officer Yang, when you guys were on the scene, were you at the clothing store?
I went over to the clothing store later in the investigation when Captain Edge showed me that there was indeed like bullet trajectory marks.
And that was at the clothing store, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you would consider the clothing store would be a crime scene, yes?
Yeah.
Correct.
And during that investigation of that crime scene, you did verify at the clothing store that there were no shell casings?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Officer Yang.
I did have one question, Your Honor, if I permit.
Mr. Montgomery?
Officer Yang, I just want to clarify something that the prosecution just asked you. Was the white and colored Dodge Charger present at the clothing store when you swept for casings?
Yes.
And did you inspect that vehicle or search that vehicle for evidence of bullet casings inside, sir?
There was no reason.
There was no... Okay, so you did not have, or you did not feel you had probable cause to search inside the vehicle?
Correct. The vehicle was shot at, not shot from.
In your experience, Commander Yang, if someone was to shoot from inside of a vehicle, would casings potentially remain inside of that vehicle?
Yes, but to answer that also would be to say that you would see bullet trajectory shot from that said vehicle.
Right, but if someone was to shoot from inside of a vehicle, it's safe to say those casings would be found inside and not outside the vehicle.
Well, it depends on the casing, depends on the type of round being shot. There's too many variables to answer.
Okay, in your experience, have you found casings inside of a vehicle when
Your
people
Honor,
shot from
objection.
inside?
I mean, the prosecution's leading.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Martinez?
The prosecution's leading. I mean, ask the simple question. I'm sorry, defense is leading. My apologies.
Your Honor, I'm just simply trying to determine whether or not if someone shoots from inside of a car, there's casings that may be inside. That's all I'm asking.
In my opinion,
Your Honor, I
that's
feel like
open
that's
up
a
a question.
sufficient question to ask.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
I just...
Officer Yang,
boy, they are really
have any further
stretching.
questions for you, you are excused.
So they didn't search
Thank you.
the car,
That's
just
fine.
like we thought. Just like we thought.
All right, prosecution and defense, were you able to reach any plea deals?
We were not, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd like to make it clear to the court that the defense refused our offer prior to speaking with his client.
Your Honor, I've already conferred with my client prior to these proceedings, so I understood what his wishes were in terms of a plea deal.
That is the prerogative of the defense's counsel.
Right, so who gives a shit?
All right, closing statements. Ms. LaGrange.
Mr. Martinez will be doing the closing statements.
The clothing statements?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, Your Honor, I would like to make it very, very clear that it is evident that Mr. Changretta is a criminal. This is evident by the fact that he had fired recklessly into a public area after supposedly running some 15 blocks from Grove Street to the clothing store. I apologize, I do not know the postal. Without calling the police. However, after shooting the individual in question, Mr. Changretta made a phone call to the police. That's going to make us think very clearly that the only reason he did call the police is because his shell casings were on scene. Mr. Changretta made a mistake. We understand mistakes. We offered the defense a deal. He chose not to take that deal. I asked the courts to provide full sentencing guidelines to make an example out of crime and what punishment happens. I do appreciate you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court, the prosecution has done the best job that they possibly could at spinning a story with very, very little evidence. My client is on trial for 4 counts of attempted murder. Attempted murder, which one of the major components requires the defendant to have clear intent to kill another individual. And we can contrast the individuals that were involved. Individuals who had prior experiences with law enforcement of a negative nature, individuals who were prohibited possessors of firearms, individuals who dressed and acted in concert with each other. Contrasted by my client, Mr. Luca Changretta, an upstanding member of society, a business owner, and a legal citizen, a man who did his duty to this state by following the law, who went upon himself to pay an exorbitant fee to the state to obtain a Class 4 license, to subject himself to photography and DNA testing and fingerprinting, and to register his firearms with the police department. Mr. Changretta has done everything possible to abide by the law, and when he was confronted with a clear threat, a threat, of course, which the prosecution insists did not happen, of which there is no evidence to suggest that Mr. Changretta's statements are false, all the prosecution has is the witness statement of an individual who, as you heard, could not accurately recall the events herself, and CCTV footage that shows only a few brief cherry-picked moments of Mr. Changretta's actions. Mr. Changretta, you heard from his own mouth, felt threatened by these individuals who fired upon him. He ran, attempted to defend himself with a firearm, and then called the police, ladies and gentlemen. Called the police. A man the prosecution claims is a criminal attempted to get the police involved, and once they showed up, let them know his position, fully cooperated, and was targeted. Why? Because he was an obvious target, because he had everything to lose. You heard it yourself, ladies and gentlemen. 4 counts of attempted murder, 3 potential victims. You heard the commander of LSPD unable to even accurately identify the weapon or one of 2 weapons that were taken off the defendant. And then Assistant Chief Sparks, who he himself, who was responsible for ensuring that proper SOP was followed, attempt to divert that responsibility onto an officer who is not here today. There were steps missed. The vehicle, which Mr. Changretta testified had occupants that fired upon him, was not searched. So, of course, no casings were found from their weapons. And then there is the matter of the unregistered firearm casing that was found at the site of the shooting with Mr. Changretta and Mr. Kevin Lorette. Mr. Lorette, who was not searched, who was not frisked, and was not checked for weapons, despite the officers clearly seeing that he had a rifle in his hands and knowing he was not supposed to have that rifle. Mr. Changretta defended himself. He fired only in defense as long as he felt the threat was necessary to neutralize. And then what did he do, ladies and gentlemen? He ran, and he called the police. That doesn't strike me as an individual with murderous intent. That doesn't strike me as a criminal. It strikes me as a upstanding citizen in fear for his life. Since the prosecution has decided to reveal terms of our plea agreement, it should be noted to the court that they offered to drop all charges. The felony recklessness.
Objection. We actually did not reveal the terms of our plea agreement. We just simply said it was not accepted.
Am I not permitted to discuss the terms of the plea agreement, Your Honor?
It is generally preferred that those are kept between counsels.
Understood, Your Honor. I'm so sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I will just simply point out that Mr. Changretta did everything possible to avoid the altercation, only fired his weapon when he felt that his life was threatened, attempted to flee the scene when the opportunity arose. Just because Mr. Changretta happened to go to an area that previously he may have been threatened is not illegal. This is America, after all, where we are free to move about, whether there's danger or not. Mr. Changretta's right, just like anybody else, to go down to Grove Street and look for homes. And he also has a right to be free from severe bodily harm or imminent death. Defended himself, surrendered himself to the police, and was punished for it. Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen of the court, the only verdict of justice today is not guilty. Thank you very much, Your Honor. That is the end of my statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montgomery.
You fucking killed it, bro.
Let's hope it was enough, chat.
Folks, if you'll pardon me just a moment.
Dude, like, my heart is just like pounding a million miles an hour this entire time. So things that I could not directly, so like I really was planning on hammering the fact that Captain Edge had specific
While the judge is
dealings.
waiting, just want to remind everybody there's going to be a restart immediately following the trial. So just
that Captain Edge had specific encounters with Beanie and with Kevin Lorette. He knew they were prohibited possessors, and yet they weren't searched. They weren't frisked. They were just allowed to leave, and they just took the story that they gave them and let it go. Changretta fully cooperated. His weapons are registered. His Class 4 license is still legal and valid. He did everything that he could in the scope of this case, and he was arrested because there was evidence of him being the aggressor. But if they would have questioned the members of ESH, maybe the circumstances would have been different. Maybe they would have went to jail too, and we would have been here trying to plead a not guilty case but everything was based on witness statements. And the big thing is, if I knew that Captain Edge was not going to be here, honestly, chat, I would have just motioned to have the entire report thrown out because as hearsay, because the arresting officer is not here. So, but at the same time, we don't have his testimony. We have testimony from two officers who are like, I don't really know. I wasn't there. But the big thing is that the murderous intent has to be there for attempted murder. The only other charge that could be of significant risk is the felony vandalism. But the fact that the plea deal included dropping all of that, I don't know. I really want to call that out. Like, the prosecution just, they've got a weak case, and they're the ones who are making assumptions. they're making assumptions about what happened before and after based on witness testimony, and then having having Beanie Moore there actually could have been hugely beneficial because she did not recall anything. And I read from the police report, and she's like, I don't know, I don't remember any of that. So and I guess maybe that's the I mean, maybe that's the only other thing I could have harped on is every step of the way, people either were passing blame, couldn't remember, stories changing. Beanie Moore's statement is obviously inaccurate. She's not recalling anything that she told the police. And most likely because she understands that, she would end up incriminating herself. Oh, I carry an airsoft gun. Like, that's weird. Like, for defense? Like, I guess, because it does down people. Scotty Rippin, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it, guys. Hope everybody's enjoyed this. I know we're getting kind of late, and hopefully everybody piled over to Boomer's stream, and I can't wait to see the commentary from that. I needed my I can't even call it the code red moment, but at least I'm glad I got to make a closing statement as a wrap up to the fact that now, I mean, I didn't address the other charges because as far as I'm concerned, if the attempted murder charges are all dropped, then pretty much everything else is sort of non sequitur because then it becomes a self-defense situation. And Changretta's story hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It's been consistent. I feel really strongly about this case. And, I mean, the prosecution was operating from very, very imperfect information. There was a lot of gaps. And they don't have anybody to fill those gaps. Was this perfect? Did I made mistakes? I didn't follow procedure. I'm not a lawyer. I never went to law school. This is really a learning process. That was a really good statement from Mr. Montgomery. That's one area I excel at. I'll out myself as a massive nerd that I was a competitive speaker at one point, and my event was extemporaneous speeches dealing with large amounts of news information and answering specific questions and having to provide references and stuff like that. So there's a lot of moving pieces here, but being able to kind of summarize things and pull stuff together is something that I'm pretty good at. I was already a little long-winded, and then the objection just kind of threw me off my game a little bit, and so. But that's also kind of part of the character that I'm trying to play. I'm trying to play sort of that sort of bombastic,
Ladies and gentlemen,
charismatic.
thank you very much for your patience. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you all sitting through these proceedings, maintaining order in the court. Thank you all very much.
Actually, it's been very, very good.
The court has reached a verdict.
Mm-hmm. Not guilty. Come on, chat.
Mr. Changretta, on count of attempted murder, count 4, you will be found guilty on 1 count of attempted murder.
God damn it.
Count 2, discharging a firearm within city limits.
Guilty.
Found guilty.
Fuck.
Felony vandalism for the damage to the vehicle as shown in evidence, you are found guilty. Reckless operation of a firearm, you are found not guilty.
Oh, okay.
To clarify, your total guilty charges found is 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count discharging a firearm, and 1 count felony vandalism.
That's actually better than the plea deal. Better than the plea deal, chat. Son of a bitch.
Mr. Changretta, do you have anything you would like to say?
Nope.
Son of a bitch.
Very well. LSPD, this is your case. Could I have the ranking officer apply the bond payment. I believe that was $25,000. Is that correct? That
So
was
I
paid
didn't
already,
do
Mr.
better,
Changretta?
Mr. Changretta.
That is correct.
50,000, Your Honor.
Oh, was it 50? Oh Lord.
50 was paid.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Changretta, you
Thank
should
you
know
very
that the
much.
plea deal
LSPD,
included
if you
2
could
counts of attempted murder and all the
bill
charges
Mr.
dropped, so this
Changretta
may
for
actually
the
have been better
balance
than
of
that deal.
$9,000.
That's all right. That's all right.
The bail paid will be applied to fines pursuant to this verdict.
I definitely could have done better. Even in that
We'll
one
be able
count
to
of
remove
attempted
the ankle
murder,
monitor, Mr. Changretta, as you had
that one
no
count of
time
attempted
served,
murder,
I
it's just not
believe,
there.
unless
It's
LSPD
just
would
not
like to
there.
inform
But,
me differently.
you know,
That leaves you with a sentence of 95 minutes. Sorry, my apologies, 95 months.
You said $9,000, correct, Judge?
so like we're essentially back
That
to
is
the
correct.
original charges of what that
make sure I got
document
the
was
right-
charged with, and it's just like, yeah, sorry, like a known prohibited possessor, and he fired first. He fired first, chat. Irrefutable proof that he fired first. There was only one casing found at that exact spot, and it was a casing from an unregistered firearm. Man, miscarriage of justice. Miscarriage of justice. But justice nonetheless.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, court is adjourned. Over. We are done here.
Mr. Changretta, if you want to turn around for me, put your hand behind your back.
Thank you all again. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good night, Honor.
Oh, didn't go. Gotta get those cuffs back on you.
Thank you for your time.
I
Thank you for you guys' time. Appreciate it.
We're gonna have you wait
Thank
over
you,
here
Commander.
in
Yeah.
the,
Sloppy
Hey, if you want to come to my
investigation.
time.
Discord call after restart, come on in, okay?
Sure.
If you want to come into the Discord call after restart, come on in, okay?
Okay.
I think we're going to wait potentially for everybody to pile out.
Thank you. Thank you for the assist. Well thought, Mr. Montgomery. You made some excellent points. I do respect you for everything.
Thank you, counselors, and it's always a pleasure to work with esteemed colleagues such as yourself, and appreciate the effort in making sure that justice is served today.
Well, we appreciate you keeping us on our toes.
Yes, ma'am. All right, I think I was about past my bedtime. You don't get old and not sleep. Oop, pardon me, sir. Thank you, Deputy. Well, chat, well fought, but we are going to come back. I think I'm gonna dip over to Boomer's call. If you guys catch him, let me see if I can do something about it. Just one moment, please. I'm gonna hit you over to his stream, and I'm gonna raid on his side. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you hanging out, and see you here on the next patrol. And hit the button.